watching closely.
What's the secret, Max?
You just gotta find something you love to do and then do it for the rest of your life.
I don't want to be a product of my environment. I want my environment to be a product of me.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Establishing Shot, a podcast where we do deep dives into directors and their filmographies. I am here today. I'm Eli Price, here with Andrew Fossier for episode 27 of the podcast, and almost done with Nolan, talking Tenet today, or also Tenet if you say it backwards. If you say the title backwards, Tenet. You can say it either way if you want. Yeah. I'm excited. Maybe we'll play this podcast backwards. Maybe like in post-production, I'll like edit it to where it plays completely, or maybe put out two versions. You can listen to it forwards and backwards. But yeah. Unfortunately, I've put Andrew on his first episode with us through already too many bad jokes. So
Oh no, they're landing for me.
But yeah, Andrew, it's great to have you on. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm glad to be here. Doing well, man. I'm really looking forward to talking about Nolan and more specifically Tenet.
Yeah. So you're in Metairie, Louisiana, just down the road from where I am in Lafayette. Used to live here. We used to go to church together, and
we've known each other for a bit. We were just talking about that for the show. Yeah, so I work for CGI Federal. I'm a DevOps engineer, and so I'm around technology, doing technology things, and I work fully remote. So this feels very familiar, actually. Although I don't normally talk to Eli, but yeah, we lived here for coming up on our first full year here. So sorry, no, we're approaching our second year here.
Yeah,
brain fog. But yeah,
cool. Yeah. So I always love to ask my first time guests to share a bit about just kind of their journey into loving film. Like where was the inception of that for you? Good Nolan term for a Nolan series. But yeah, like, a lot of people, it starts with childhood. Sometimes people really get into it in college. What was that like for you?
Well, I definitely have always liked movies, enjoyed the medium, but what really got me into loving them and appreciating them more deeply was my wife, Hunter, because she loves movies extremely deeply. And so that got me to look at movies for more than just like entertainment value or feeling, paying attention to directors and cinematographers and like getting into the, meat of the background stuff. And that's all super important things that I really enjoy knowing now. But she was what incepted that for me, actually. But as far
against
back,
your will, or
oh no. Well,
in your dreams, well, as far as you know, anyway.
Yeah. Well, just a funny, a funny movie, I guess, story. If one of the first movies we saw together, actually, I guess it was the first movie we saw together. Our first date, I guess, is what.
Okay. Yeah.
We went to see. Oh my goodness, I can't think of the name right now. I'm just panicking.
What's it about?
It's the dressmaker who gets poisoned.
Phantom Thread.
Yes. I know the name. I'm just talking. And
that was good.
Phantom
that was
Thread,
what game would that be that we just played? I feel like that's a board game. Like you can't say the
Sure
name of
is.
it, but you describe it, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just killed it with that one.
Buzzword maybe. Yeah. Well, so we went to see Phantom Thread, and I walked in and I asked, "Oh, so is this like an action movie?" Because I didn't know what it was about. And she remembers thinking, "Oh God, this guy is like just not gonna enjoy." And it was new. It was interesting. I enjoyed it. We talked about it, and that was kind of the beginning. That was just how we started engaging with movies in a deeper way. And so, yeah, it was a fun movie to see together.
Yeah, a very interesting first like early date movie to see.
Yeah, yeah. If you know the plot, I kind of gave stuff away. Sorry.
A deeply unsettling relationship in that movie.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's awesome though. Yeah, it's always fun to think about like who got you into movies, like who was just like vital in that journey for you. For at least for those of us who have had that journey into like loving film more on a deeper level. But I feel like you and me and Hunter, your wife, have had at least a few like fun, deeper discussions on movies in the past. So yeah. So I was excited to get you on for the podcast because of that, because I know you're going to bring some fun discussion. But what about Nolan? What do you remember? What your first Nolan movie was?
I do. So first Nolan movie, and then first in theaters as well.
Okay, yeah.
So first Nolan experience, I was in high school, and I don't want to paint Speech and Debate in a bad light. I loved it, but the in-class time, very frequently, if a sub was there or something, we would end up watching movies. And so I think I saw the first 30 minutes of Elf like 40 times in high school. But so that's actually the place that I first saw the first 30 minutes of The Dark Knight. And I had speech in the morning. And so walked in, watched the first 30 minutes of The Dark Knight, and then had the rest of the day of school till I got home and finished the movie, because I started the movie over because I really loved the first 30 minutes. The movie starts out just right in it, and really fun. So that's my first Nolan experience, was The Dark Knight, after it had been out, obviously, on DVD. And my first in theater Nolan experience was The Dark Knight Rises. And I actually didn't see Dunkirk in theaters. So Dark Knight Rises, I didn't see Interstellar, I didn't see Dunkirk. So my second in theater experience with Nolan was Tenet. So yeah.
Which that's a whole nother thing, is Tenet being in theaters. So that was like for sure the first movie that I saw like after kind of lockdown pandemic stuff in theaters. And I don't know, it's one of those things where like I feel like it was this weird thing with like I was so excited to get to theaters to see a movie again. And so like I don't know if it's like expectations are so high, and so there's like when you see a movie that's not like a masterpiece, it's like, which I don't think Tenet is. Obviously, like, and a lot of people don't. But it's kind of almost feels like a disappointment. But then at the same time, I almost wonder if like I like it more because it was that first experience, and you're just like so happy to be watching like a movie. And a movie on the scale of Tenet that's like, yes, I need to watch this in a theater. So it's this weird thing where it's like, maybe it's like better than I thought it was on my first viewing, but maybe not. Maybe it's worse than I thought it was on my first viewing. I just don't know what to do with it because of that, experience. But
I can relate to that in a way. I know one of the things people always reference in, talking about the movie is the audio. And
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to go, we don't have to go super far into it, but just kind of a funny story about it. We saw it. My wife and I watch movies multiple times. It's just something we
Yeah.
love to do. And we saw the first, theater viewing. And then we actually were on our honeymoon where there's a Dolby theater. And so we decided, oh, let's go see it in Dolby.
Mm-hmm.
And we got to the boat scene after
Yeah.
his death, and he's talking to his former handler, and the S's in his speech were so overpowering. I leaned over and I said, Hunter, I think if I'm wincing at these S's, the dubstep heist scene is going to kill me. We should probably leave. So we left. It disappointing, because
Yeah.
it was just the mixing for that in that scenario
In
at
that
least
format,
did
yeah.
feel overpowering.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
it didn't bother us the first time. It just really was that volume in the Dolby theater.
Yeah. Yeah, it's when you see them in those like hyped up theaters, like I don't know, like I've seen movies in IMAX and it's usually mixed. I've never had a bad experience with sound in IMAX. It's like it's loud, but it's like mixed well usually, where it's not like where it doesn't like hurt to listen to it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like most of the time here at the theaters in Lafayette, it's like the opposite. It's like, can y'all like turn the volume up a little bit? Like, why is I'm in a theater, like why is the movie so quiet?
Yeah.
But I don't know if y'all had that experience when y'all lived here, but it's not always the case, but every once in a while I'll like go to the theater, like kick back, and I'm like, I feel like I shouldn't be wondering if the movie is too quiet when I'm in the theater. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I have it too quiet at home because like there's other people that live in my house and I can't like blare the TV all the time. But in a theater, like that's where I go to like hear it like louder.
Be blown away.
But also like not be in pain like the
Right.
Dolby
Well,
mix
yeah.
obviously was.
We got to be somewhere in the middle. Are you a subtitle person or no?
I'm a subtitle person.
Okay. I was not before I met Hunter, and now I am. I can't watch something without subtitles.
Yeah.
A funny little caveat: if you rent the theater out and watch a movie that way, you can choose subtitles or no subtitles. So that's fun if you really want subtitles.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen subtitles like on a big screen. Well, I take that back. I've seen some foreign language films that obviously have subtitles, but not like an English language film. But yeah, I saw Parasite in theaters. That was a fun experience. But yeah, I'm a subtitle guy. It's one of those. It's like it's one of those things where I just really like to know what is being said, I guess. And so the subtitles just like help so much with that. But at the same time, there's sometimes where like I'll rewind a movie. Like if I'm watching at home, like I'll turn it back some because I'll realize like, man, that was so dialogue heavy. And I was just like reading the whole time. And like the whole point of watching a movie is to take in the visuals. So
Yeah.
I need to go back so I can like see it. Which yeah. Yeah, it's one of those kind of like pros and cons in the same thing kind of thing. But I did really enjoy Tenet when I saw it in theaters. And I guess we can dive into that discussion. Yeah, Tenet does have like this weird background and kind of like history because of when it came out and when it was made. Really, like there's like a whole like few years of movies really that have like the I guess like the pandemic stamp on it of like, yeah, this movie is weird because of the pandemic, or, you know, this movie like bombed because of the pandemic or whatever. Or like this movie never came out.
Yeah.
We've got some of those too, I guess. But yeah, this one definitely like is one of the ones in the forefront of that, just because of, I don't know, Nolan being such a, you have to have the cinema experience for my movies sort of guy.
Mm.
Like you know, a very like powerful voice for celluloid film, and like you have to see it in the theaters, and you know, he's just that sort of filmmaker. And so like they just kept pushing the release of this back, because a lot of movies just went ahead and got released streaming, or VOD rather.
Mm-hmm.
And like Nolan just wasn't going to let that happen with Tenet. So it, you know, it just has this weird history that I think, I don't know. I wonder sometimes if this would have come out just in normal years, if it would have, I just kind of wonder, like, what would the reception have been like? Would it have been worse because like more people saw it and didn't like it, or would it have been like so much better because people were like loving it? It's kind of hard to say because the reception is so split on it already.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then I know like at the time there was like a few pieces of people like, you know, critics kind of like guessing that this would become like a cult favorite in the future, like once more and more people see it. You know, I guess in their houses on their TVs, streaming it or whatever.
Yeah, I have heard that sentiment
Which I
as
could
well.
kind of see. I could see that like eventually down the road maybe being the case. But yeah, it really, the idea for this started with just like the concept of just that image of film moving backwards, which you can, you know, for Nolan, it goes first like back to Memento. Have you seen Memento?
I actually have not.
Okay.
It's on my list
So,
of things I
so
need to
this,
see.
so this isn't a spoiler for you, but the
Okay.
whole, or it's not a spoiler. It might take away like a moment for you, but it's like in the very
Uh-huh.
like first like 2 minutes. So the whole opening is in reverse. So
Okay.
yeah, it's, so you see stuff happening and it looks kind of weird, and then like you start seeing things where you're like, oh, this is going in reverse. Even to the point where like you see a bullet go back into a gun that's been fired in reverse. And so like that image goes all the way back to Memento,
Yeah.
which was his first like movie with a real budget, and his second feature. And it goes back to that, but then like go back further and it goes back to him like playing with film editing in college, under the theater at University College of London. They had this like editing machine and he would play with it and taught himself how to edit film down there. And just like that idea of running film forwards and running it backwards. And then like you go back even further and he tells this story about being, I think he was like 16 and he's staying with a family in Paris, and the father of this family was working on some sort of documentary and he was editing it. And Nolan recalls seeing him like run the film through whatever editing machine he was using and seeing like, wow, the film, like the image is crisp and clear, whether you run it forwards or if you run it in reverse, it's just as crisp and clear. It's just moving in the opposite direction. And so he even like, so he traces like this idea of like, I don't know, that time, that playing with time and film going backwards all the way back to that like experience when he was like 16 years old.
Wow. Yeah.
And which I think it's cool to see, you know, or to read. I was reading about this in a book, and just like hearing, filmmakers, artists in general, really like tracing like ideas they have for a current thing they've worked on, like all the way back to like, oh, it's just this idea that I've had in the back of my head since I was 16 of like film moving forwards and backwards. Like, I don't know. I just find that fascinating. How those ideas can just like stay in your mind and like bounce around until they like come out into something tangible.
Yeah. Well, and especially with, I mean, where Nolan is now with the amount of like influence he has in Hollywood,
Mm-hmm.
like say what your opinion about Tenet be what it is, right? But it's what he wanted. Like it's really, there's no other power rivaling his vision. And I think that is, to me, what's so cool about Tenet, especially watching more of the behind the scenes stuff in preparation, for this podcast. It's really what he wanted. And to draw, like you said, to draw that back to the mind of a, 16-year-old seeing the film go back, and that's a really cool line to draw.
Oh yeah. Yeah, for sure. And then, as far as like the concept of the movie, I think I read in 2014, he started thinking about it as like this, like fictional reality of like moving backwards in time, like, or like being able to turn time like backwards and forwards. And that was kind of like, I guess the inception for like the story, of that ends up being Tenet. And he even talks about having like folders full of like notes and drawn diagrams and like the era of time going different ways on graphs that he's drawn out. And then eventually, like with all that, he decided to wrap like this kind of, because it is a sci-fi kind of concept. And he decided to like wrap it up in a spy movie. And so that's where like it, and that's something that I've noticed, doing the Wes Anderson series and then going through this series is like, oftentimes like a movie is not, sometimes it's like one idea that leads to it, but often it's like you have these different ideas as a creator kind of rattling around in your mind, and then they kind of like merge at some point. And that's how I imagine this happening. Like he's got this idea of like this sci-fi concept of like being able to turn time back and forth, and he's like, I also really want to do a spy movie. I wonder if I can put those together, because he loves Bond, and so he's always wanted to. He's and you can kind of see that in a lot of his other movies too, his kind of love of Bond. But this is definitely his most Bond movie. And so
yeah, definitely.
And then like usually there's this kind of like imminent danger in a spy movie, obviously, like, and he just liked the idea of when you merge those two ideas, it's like this weird retroactive danger is what he called it, which I thought was like an interesting way to phrase kind of the, I don't know, like the conflict in this movie is retroactive danger.
Yeah.
But yeah. And then like, he was kind of too imagining like this Cold War between the future and the past or present, or however you want to put it. Which it does kind of feel like that once you really like get deeper and deeper into the movie. The enemy being a Russian kind of helps with that, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah. And then I thought this was cool too. The title of the movie, Tenet, actually, the palindrome obviously being like the jumping off point for just like the concept and all that. But the title comes from, there's this, and I don't remember if I read like where Nolan saw this, but obviously he did. There's this like Latin artifact from the ruins of Pompeii, that it's like this square like stone artifact that has 5 words kind of in Latin, I guess, written out, one on top of the other, and it's just one big palindrome. So, and and all of the words in it are used in the movie, including the center one, which is the title, Tenet. It's Sator, Arepo, Tenet, Opera, Rotus. And all of those words are like used at different points in the movie, whether it
Yeah.
be like a reference to them being at the opera house or Sator being the name of the villain. Arepo is kind of like this code thing used at some point, I'm pretty sure.
It's the name of the broker that
That's
she
right.
sold
Mm-hmm.
she sold the fake to.
Yeah. I don't remember
Or the-
where Rotus was used. But it was, because the book I read said that it was.
Is Rotas the name of the Freeport? I don't remember. I remember seeing it in text in the movie, but I don't remember.
Well, yeah, I'm glad you did, because I don't remember. That's the one where I was like, I don't remember seeing Rotas, but yeah, I'm glad you confirmed. Confirmation from Andrew on Rotas. But then, Tenet being the center of that, and it's the title of the movie, which, you know, it's cool because like it's this weird like artifact that they're pulling from, and it's the palindrome working with the concept of going back and forth in time, and then Tenet, the word Tenet itself being this word that's like about a belief that drives what you do, sort of thing, or is a principle that you live by. Just all of that like kind of culminates into like, okay, like this is actually like a cool, like even just like the story behind the title is pretty cool. I think.
Yeah.
At the very least interesting, you know. But yeah, some of the things that Nolan does is he's really a big believer in bringing on as much of his crew as possible as early on in the process as he can. So Nathan Crowley has, especially like with the Batman films, they would be like working while he was like still working on the script. Nathan Crowley, his production designer, would be like working with him on the design for things. And so like that was especially the case with the Batman movies, because the design is so integral to like how things are written in the script.
Yeah.
And this was a similar movie. Like he brought Crowley on because it's such a visual concept that's hard to like I would love to like read some of this script to see how he explains what's happening on screen in a script. But that's partly why he brought Nathan Crowley on so early, just like the Batman films, is because like, hey, let's start working on the design, because we really need to be able to see this to really wrap our minds around it.
Yeah, definitely. To visualize, that's one of the things that I saw in, you know, some of the behind the scenes things that I watched about Tenet is they needed to know who was where and where was like which protagonist was doing what. It incredibly I mean, as complex as a movie already is, knowing that there's 4 versions of a character potentially, you know, yeah, it's a lot of production focus on that.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And so the working title of this was Merry-Go-Round, which feels so very appropriate for the movie. I love when you can find like what the working title was, because sometimes it's like really really interesting or like funny, or to me the Merry-Go-Round working title is funny, just because I feel like I've gotten all, sometimes like in this, you watch this movie and you feel like you've gotten off of a merry-go-round that was going way too fast. And yeah. And like, I also made me think of the image of a merry-go-round, like going backwards, which I feel like I've seen before, either in person or like in a video or movie or something. I feel like I've seen a merry-go-round going backwards before.
Yeah, I feel like I have an image of that too, but I can't place it.
Yeah, it must be a movie that maybe we've both seen, but can't recall what it was. But yeah, Yeah. So, and then with this movie too, like, I really feel like Inception. Without Inception, like, I don't know that he would have been able to make this movie, which is kind of the case, like, all through his career. It's like he'll make a movie and like it gets him like the green light for whatever next movie he wants to make. And at this point, it's just kind of like, well, I mean, you've done all these movies that have been so successful. You just can kind of do whatever you want. But at the same time, like, the concept, I think the concept is what makes me say Inception more than anything else. Like, the success of Inception, and it's like really weird out there concept.
Well,
because I mean, Inception is like sci-fi wrapped into a heist movie, and this is basically sci-fi wrapped up in a spy movie. So,
yeah. Well, and they're both. I mean, I feel like Tenet is more complicated because the concept is.
Yeah,
Inception is very complicated, but
it is. But
it's much more linear, I would say, because it's just you dream within a dream within a dream. So we're slowing down. It's not.
Yeah, you're slowing
two
down
characters
time,
at the same time.
Not, yeah. And just like wrapping up that sci-fi concept in this like kind of like grand scale sort of movie is kind of like, okay, yeah, Inception, you did Inception. We don't really understand this, but we'll give you $200 million anyway. But yeah, as far as influences go, Bond, obviously, we already mentioned Bond. I mean, this movie has the gadgets, it has the exotic locations, it's got the really like speechy baddies that probably talk too much. And then like I even wrote down that Michael Caine kind of has M vibes. If you're familiar with the Bond franchise, the kind of M is kind of like he's the guy that's giving the directives and all that. And then Posey's character, Clemence Posey's, I think it's Barbara is the name of her character. She kind of gives off Q vibes, which Q is always the guy that's like teaching you about all the gadgets and teaching like that sort of thing and the Bond movies. And so she kind of gives off. So there's like all these little things that are kind of like, okay, yeah, this definitely got the Bond vibe. And then obviously like international spy espionage, like it's got all that there. Now, like,
definitely, yeah.
I will say I feel like the Bond influence is, I don't know, maybe we'll get into it more later in our discussion, but I can't figure out if the Bond influence is more like superficial stuff like that, like just kind of homages to it, or if there's even more influence in the fact that like in a lot of times in a Bond movie, it's about like the experience of just like enjoying the experience of watching this guy go around the world and try to like stop a really obvious villain. And I almost wonder if this movie is kind of trying to mimic that idea of, hey, this movie isn't very deep, but I don't think that's the case with this movie, because I think it is trying to struggle with some deeper things. But I have heard other people in podcasts or that I follow kind of like pitch that idea that this movie is just like about not thinking about it, but just like experiencing it, which is fair because that is a line in the movie.
I was gonna say that's a direct quote from the movie. Like, don't think about it, just feel. When he's learning about
the problem for me, the problem for me with that is like, okay, you're telling us that, but then like you're presenting all these interesting concepts that you obviously think is interesting, and so like how can we like not think about these concepts and these ideas when you're like throwing them in our face?
Well, the way I interpreted that was like the mechanics, because that's something that in any sci-fi there is some level of just turn your brain off,
Yeah,
because
for
my
sure.
favorite
Yeah.
to reference is Ant-Man. How is he communicating? This is not the biggest problem with Ant-Man in reality, but how is he
Right.
communicating with people over radio if he's smaller than radio waves? Like, that doesn't, how is he breathing if he's smaller than but so there, you kind of just have to turn your brain off. And so that, for those things, and so I think that's how I interpreted
Mm-hmm.
don't think about it, just feel. And so it's like, okay, this works, just
Go
go
with
with
it.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, that's fair. And I think that's one, I think that's a perfectly fine way to experience this movie. Like, I really do. And I feel like I go back and forth within the movie of how I'm enjoying it. And sometimes I am just enjoying watching something like really interesting visually happen on screen and just experiencing it. So yeah,
Yeah.
I totally understand that way of experiencing it. And like we said, it's right there as a line in the movie. So
Yeah.
it's just like, I don't know. Yeah. Other influences, going through these few that I have written down. Jean Le Carre, I don't know if I'm saying his last name right, but he's a espionage novelist, sort of. From, I don't know from what time period. I didn't write that down. I should have. But his the description I read of like his work is it's this like realist fiction, which sounds very Nolan already, with I loved this. It said with a plot lingering out of reach, which totally feels like Nolan. So I'm like, okay, I can totally see if that's the description of this guy's novels. I can totally see Nolan like reading this guy's novels and like just taking that sort of atmosphere of realist fiction. It's like another, I can't remember what podcast I heard this on, but they were talking about how it's almost like a mix of like Michael Mann and his like very like grounded in realist sort of movies mixed with like the Kubrick kind of like out there concept experience sort of movie. And I was like, oh, that's interesting, that I can see like that mix there in Nolan for sure. And Nolan himself is like referenced both of those filmmakers as like big influences on his filmmaking. So it makes sense to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
But this is interesting. He said Fritz Lang, Nolan, I wrote down this quote. He said Fritz Lang is probably the most important filmmaker to what my idea of film is, which I thought was really interesting. And I want to say I've only seen one Fritz Lang film. I have seen Metropolis, which I think is an incredible masterpiece of a movie. But that's the only Lang film I've seen. I actually have the Criterion disc of M. I just haven't gotten around to watching it. And I need to rectify that soon. But yeah, Fritz Lang, German filmmaker. I think so. He has like, obviously like there's an influence because he has a 1928 film called Spies, which kind of like was at the beginning of, or maybe even like itself created the espionage genre within film. It has like an international spy ring deploying technological threats. And this is like this is where Fritz Lang, I think, does influence Nolan. Is Fritz Lang was very into like geometry and architecture in his movies. And Nolan, I feel like very much so, is interested in like the shapes and geometry you see on screen and how architecture interplays with that. And then how architecture kind of implies or plays with like the theme of the film. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure. So I've only seen one Fritz Lang film, so I'm not sure how that maybe plays out in other Fritz Lang movies, but I know in
Mhm.
Metropolis we talked about on the Dark Knight Rises episode how like Dark Knight Rises really, I personally, because I've seen Metropolis, can see the huge influence of architecture and theme from Metropolis to Dark Knight Rises, because they
Mm.
both have this
Yeah.
idea of an underbelly of society being literally down, and then people
Uh-huh.
on the upper echelons of society being like up high in high rises. And it's literally like architecture displaying visually the theme that it's working within.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
that's immediately brings to mind, I don't know if you've seen the TV show Arcane. That has a very literal connotation as well. Like they live on top, and the undercity is the
gotcha.
bad place, or the
Yeah, I
bad
haven't seen that.
place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I definitely need to see more Fritz Lang movies for sure, because mainly just because like I watched Metropolis and was like blown away by how good I thought it was.
Mhm.
And so I'm like, man, I need to watch more of these. But yeah. Oh yeah. And in Lang's movie Spies, the hero is referred to just as a number 326, which also relates to another potential influence in this 60s British spy series called The Prisoner, where the lead for that series is known only as a number. And I guess like there's Bond influence there too. There's often Bond character. I mean, Bond is, he's James Bond, but like he's often referred to as 007, Agent 007.
Yeah.
Or you have M
Yeah.
and Q and stuff. And so I guess Nolan took those ideas and went a step further and called his protagonist the protagonist, which is fun. I guess it's like homage to all those things all at once, just kind of referring to your lead as just the protagonist.
Yeah.
But
Well, and
yeah.
it just fits with him. It fits with the idea of the spy genre.
Sure, yeah,
Because
for sure,
you're remaining, anonymous, and it's not.
You really don't have your own identity in a sense. Yeah,
you're taking on, all the identities. Which that is one thing. I was going to say this earlier. When the classification of it being a spy movie came, it almost, in my mind, when I first saw this, was like, oh, it's a time travel movie, like, because time is being affected.
mm-hmm.
But it really is a spy movie.
Yeah,
that has time travel elements in it.
Right.
It's not.
It's that sci-fi wrapped up in a spy movie,
right?
Like intertwined with it, but like the basis for everything is for sure a spy movie, I think.
Yeah,
like,
and not to rabbit trail too far on this whole idea, but like I think the time travel we see in most movies, it's almost, comparing it to Tenet, it's like a flippant decision. Like, okay, I'm going to this date, boom, I'm there. I punch it into a computer, I'm there. Whereas with Tenet, when they're going back a week in time, they are living a week in time and then exiting the time stream there. So it's very decided and precise. I don't know. I guess you could argue punching it into a computer is more precise, but their decision to travel through time comes with a cost of their waiting to get there. It's not an instantaneous jump. Yeah.
You even, you have like the sequence where like he's waiting in that windmill tower or whatever, and he's just like, well, I guess I'll train in here. Sort of like, it was kind of reminiscent of like Bruce Wayne in the pit in Dark Knight Rises.
Yeah.
But yeah. And then like too, on that note, Nolan himself insisted that this is not a time travel movie, which it's one of those things where it's like, you can say like, okay, Nolan, like I get where you're coming from, but you're also like playing with time travel, even though if you don't define it. So like he insists it's not a time travel movie because you're not making leaps in time. You're just like changing the direction of time. And in his mind, I guess like that's not time travel. You're still experiencing time the same way. You're just going
Yeah.
backwards the same speed. And I'm kind of like, yeah, I get that, Nolan, but like that's just how you've decided to define time travel. Like I could just as easily say like, no, it is a time travel movie because you're traveling backwards in time. Even if it is not
Yeah.
making a leap in time, you're still traveling backwards in time. But I do get where he's coming from. It's not, I guess he's like hesitant to call it that because it's going to give people a certain idea of what to expect. And he's like, no, it's not a time travel movie because this is what time travel movies always do. And I'm not doing any of those things with this one. So I get it. But at the same time, I'm like, well, it does sort of still have time travel in it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but I really like his, I guess, distinction there because I mean, he does, obviously has Interstellar, which deals with not time travel, but again, in the same idea of like the effect of time, but there's no agency on the character's part where they are in time. It's just the effect of decades going by and, losing time with their family. And so, yeah, I feel like it's not as much of a time travel movie as Back to the Future or Avengers Endgame, where they're choosing to go, fast through time.
Yeah. And I think it's just because we kind of have this idea of a subgenre that is called time travel movies. And this definitely doesn't necessarily fit into that idea of a time travel movie, quote unquote, that we have in our head. But yeah, I would even say like Interstellar, like technically, like when he's in the Tesseract, he's literally traveling through time in three-dimensional space. That's literally what the Tesseract is this three-dimensional representation of time, and he's moving through it. But yeah, it wouldn't be really a time travel movie either. But yeah, going back to the only other thing I had for influences was just kind of like the real world research he did, which did you know that free ports were a thing before you watched this movie? Because I didn't.
I don't have any art in limbo myself, but or a private jet, but I had not heard of that before.
Yeah, it's really like, I mean, I haven't like done any extra research since I've watched Tenet, but like I probably didn't even realize it was a real thing even after I watched it for the first. This is only the second time I watched it was for this podcast, and so I haven't watched it until this past week since I saw it in theaters, and so I had never really thought about like, oh, are free ports real? I just like I guess you kind of assume. I guess I should have wondered that because like Nolan does base so much stuff in reality. Like, oh, of course he researched these free ports and like included it in his movie as a real thing. And then the other like real world research kind of influence was the secret like Russian cities. Like that's a real thing. And a lot of them did have like, were like tested on radioactive stuff and have like, it's a like based on a real thing that happened. And so, but yeah, influences, I really didn't have a ton of influences that I kind of found in my research for this one. Some of his movies, I feel like the list of influences that I find go like on, and there probably are more than I found in my research, but those are really the main ones I found. But yeah, this movie, like we said, $200 million budget, which is a crazy, crazy budget for this. And I know at the time, it was, I don't know if it was the most expensive, but it was definitely one of the top most expensive original movies of all time. which makes sense. Most of the time, if you have a $200+ million budget, it's like an IP movie, like the Dark Knight trilogy, obviously. And then I also saw or read somewhere that it was, at least at the time that it was made, the most expensive movie with a person of color in the lead role, which is, I think, actually pretty cool.
Yeah, definitely.
I guess like it would be less cool if John David Washington like didn't make a lot of money too, which I didn't research that. So maybe it's not cool because maybe they didn't pay JDW a lot, but I didn't research that. So can't really speak to that. But I did want to throw that caveat in there just in case someone listening was like, no, it's not cool because they didn't pay the person of color enough money. And I would agree with that. So, but yeah, just with that context that I do have, I think that is kind of a cool little tidbit at least. But yeah, a 6-month shoot this movie had starting May 2019. They shot the movie, over 6 months in 2019. So it's pre like pandemic that they shot this in, which is crazy because when you think about it, like a lot of stuff that happens in this movie, like, I mean, you have people running around in masks and stuff, and it feels like you're watching it coming out of a pandemic, and it feels very prescient. But it's this weird thing where Nolan seems to make these movies that like oddly like line up with what's happening in society when they come out. Just, I mean, The Dark Knight Rises, they had written the movie, they were shooting it, and it just so happens that like Occupy Wall Street was happening like at the same time they were shooting in New York. And it's not like they wrote that idea into the script based on Occupy Wall Street. The script was already written, so they're just they're just filming it at that point. So it's just kind of these like, this is weird that this is like feels so prescient, but it was written before this happened. But I don't know. Maybe Nolan's been getting some messages from the future.
Future Nolan.
Yeah, future Nolan sending containers buried in secret cities in Russia back to the current Nolan. Who knows? Where else would you come up with this idea from if not from the truth? Oh man. But yeah, one of the things that's really cool about this movie, and maybe a reason why like it was cool to watch it like coming out of the pandemic, is because it's filmed on location in so many different like places all over the world. So it just feels really fun to like travel the world in the movie, similar to like how Bond films can feel or Mission Impossible movies can feel. But yeah, they so like, I mean, obviously they did some soundstage stuff in LA. I think they started production and ended production in LA, I want to say. I think they actually began production with the protagonist's like self-fight sequence, which is a crazy thing to start with. But I guess you've got to start. Well, I guess it makes sense too, because you kind of like, that's like the center part of the movie, and you can kind of work out both ways from there, since it is like a palindrome movie. I hadn't really thought about that until just now as I was saying that, but I guess that makes sense. Like, you're making a movie that goes forward and backwards, so let's start in the center and work out from there. Like, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, I think one of the things that with the talking about the complexity of the type of movie this is, it's something I specifically heard Nolan talking about, was that they didn't want to just have the fight scene and then play it reversed. Like, they didn't just want to have the fight and then when it's from, the masked protagonist's point of view, it just be reverse footage. And Nolan specifically said because, it's going to be out on like streaming services and people can stop it and fast forward it and watch it. And so they actually learned the fight. I think it's four different ways, right? Mm-hmm. They learned it forward and then as themselves backwards. And I might be jumping the gun on, I don't know if you want to talk about this later, but
it was 4 variations, I think, is how the stunt coordinator George Cottle for this. And I remember him saying that John David Washington, which I'll probably refer to as JDW from here on out because that's easier. He had to learn this fight in 4 different variations. Really, the reason for that is the way they shot this movie, which we can jump into that. They shot this movie in like kind of 4 variations for a lot of the sequences, especially this. Well, I say a lot of them, all the sequences where there are people going in both directions in the time stream, which isn't like, I don't know how much of the movie has people going forward and backward in the time stream, but it seems like there's just like select sequences that are that way. But yeah, so all of those sequences where there are people going forward and backward in the time stream, they shot those forward and backward. It's hard to explain. So one of the techniques they used was they would do a take and they would shoot it with the film running forward through the reels, through the camera. And then they actually had to get IMAX to work with them to build magazines where they could run the film backwards. IMAX you couldn't really do that with the IMAX camera until this movie. They got it, that kind of thing specially done so that they could run the film backwards through the camera. So, which is how Nolan did it in Memento. When he shot that sequence, all of the things he shot in that were just by running the film backwards through the camera and shooting it that way. And then you play it forwards and it's like plays out kind of in reverse. And so they did that. So that was one technique they used, was they would shoot a sequence with the film running forward, and then they would shoot the same sequence with the film running backward through the camera. But also they would shoot it, they would have like the people in the scene, whether it be the actors or the stunt, the stunt people, they would learn the sequences forward and backwards. They would learn like the choreography of the scene, or their movements through the scene or whatever, forwards and backwards. And they would like practice making their backward movements look as much as they could like their forward movements too. So then they would like shoot it again like that with you doing your part backwards. I think both ways. So I think that's where the 4 variations comes in. So like or at least for the fight scene, I guess like they have to film him, like they have to film the original him doing it forwards and then the original him with the film running backwards. And then they had to do it again with him in the mask suit after he's come out of the turnstile. Yeah. And those 2 ways too. So I guess that's where the 4 variations comes from, which is really crazy. I do want to
explaining it really doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Which I have something that's really fun. You're going to love this. Which if you watch the special features on the Blu-ray, you probably heard this, but I wanted to read this quote. I wrote down directly exactly what George Cottle, the stunt coordinator, said.
I was going to say, I can't remember the quote, but this will be good.
Yeah. So he's in his first meeting with Nolan and some other people on the crew, and they're around a table, and Nolan is explaining to George Cottle what he needs him to do as the stunt coordinator. And this is George Cottle speaking. He says that Nolan asked him, or this is Nolan. This is him recalling what Nolan said to him.
Mm-hmm.
Quote, put a fight together of one guy fighting another moving forward, and then play that backwards. Then take the other guy away and have the guy who was first attacking watch the video of him doing it backwards. Then have him do the routine perfectly backwards. Then have somebody attack him as he's going backwards. And then flip that film, and that's your fight scene. So, this is Nolan. This is at least like him recalling what Nolan said to him. And he said he was like taking notes, and it got to that point and he's just kind of like looked up really confused, and he said like everyone around the table just started like laughing. And Nolan said, I lost you, didn't I? And he's like, yeah, I don't know, like you're gonna have to give me more than that. And it's so like, it's confusing. It's very difficult to like understand exactly like what's happening. And so one of the things which Nolan said that the frustration of that, the way they had to shoot it was really exciting for him. I guess it's that idea of like friction and creation, like providing like, or just like that challenge, like you're challenged. He's doing something he's never had to do before and having to think about it. And that challenging of yourself as an artist and as a creator pushes you forward in your craft and helps you to think about it in new ways and new perspectives and have to like innovate, which is something that really like I love from Nolan films. Is like, it seems like, especially like in this back half of his career, it seems like every film he puts out, there's some sort of like technological innovation in filmmaking that him and his crew come up with to be able to capture the idea that's in his mind.
Yeah.
I mean, in Interstellar, what they were doing with like actual like physics and visualizations of black holes, which had never really been visualized. Kip Thorne had said like that's the best visualization of a black hole he's ever seen.
Yeah.
He's a top like physicist in gravity and black holes. So I mean, in Dunkirk, they're like creating rig. We talked about that in the last episode. They're like literally creating these rigs to put on boats so that they can have an IMAX camera in this rig right alongside another boat from the boat that the rig is on. And it looks crisp and clean and smooth because it's like on this like gyroscope that's keeping the camera steady. Like they literally made that for that movie. And like here again, like they're getting IMAX to come up with new camera magazines so that they can run the film backwards. And like, it's just like, I really like appreciate that challenge that he gives to himself. Like this is the idea I have in my head of what it's going to look like. Let's like innovate so that we can make it happen. And like, yeah. And then like Hoyte van Hoytema, his cinematographer, has talked about how like he's loved working with Nolan and especially like working with IMAX because it's pushing him in his craft and helping. He feels like he's paving the way for more people to be able to shoot in IMAX just because they're doing things with IMAX that had never been done before and that is totally doable. And so they're kind of like, let's just do these things that are totally doable with IMAX, like me lugging around this 50-pound camera, getting handheld shots with it. And like, so that people can see, oh, I actually can do these things with IMAX or do this thing with film, which I really appreciate. I love that him and his crew are like innovating within the film. Like they're not just like putting out blockbuster movies, but they're like paving the way with like, I don't know, creating these technologies so that other people coming up behind them will be able to utilize them. So I just think that's cool.
No, well, it's very cool. And the thing that we kind of talked about this earlier about like, how big Nolan is about the experience. And, justifying that really with his love of IMAX, because it's not, I'm not going to explain it effectively over audio, but just the amount of film physical size difference that IMAX is, meaning that much more information it can capture from the camera. It's a higher detail than typical film, and it just his words are, it puts you in the story, or it centers you in the story. And then to take that idea of, okay, well, I want to use IMAX. How do I get an IMAX camera in a Spitfire? How do I, get those shots? Which I actually didn't know the length of that they went to for Dunkirk with the plane filming. I just didn't think about it when I saw Top Gun, because I don't want to rabbit trail on that too far. I could talk about that all day, but the incredible cinematography getting up in an F-16. But
and I know the Dunkirk episode isn't out as we're recording this quite yet, but when that episode comes out, we talk about, like, I think I even said in the episode, like, everyone's freaking out about like what Top Gun Maverick did, and I'm like, Nolan did it first. Like, Nolan was mounting these cameras on, and they didn't even, Top Gun Maverick didn't even use I mean, these are IMAX film cameras that they're mounting on these planes. Top Gun Maverick is digital. It's they used like a Sony Venice.
IMAX, is that the way we...
it's like an IMAX certified camera, but it's a digital camera. It's not this huge IMAX film camera.
Right. Yeah.
So I'm like, well, Nolan did it first, and like maybe he didn't actually have like Tom Hardy flying the plane like Tom Cruise is, but like that's just because he didn't have Tom Cruise, who is like, I'm gonna fly the plane.
Right.
What? There's only like one Tom Cruise that's actually going to get up there and fly the plane.
Well, the stunts, yes, the stunts that Tom Cruise is pulling off, no stunt coordinator would allow a stunt person to do. It only exists because he is a producer, and he can say, "I'm going to jump off this mountain." Yeah. I think that's an incredible franchise.
There's that funny story of I can't remember who tells it, but I've seen a clip of it where he's talking about like asking Tom Cruise about like how it is like doing stunts or whatever, and Tom Cruise starts on the story of how like he was telling his stunt guy or safety guy or whatever, I think it was his safety guy, like, hey, here's what I'm planning on doing, and the guy was like, hey, we can't do that, and so Tom was like, okay, and then I got a new safety guy, and and I think that's a hilarious story, but dude's like literally like firing a safety guy if he doesn't let him do what he wants to do.
Well,
but yeah, so one of the going full circle back to this, the way they had to shoot this early, we talked about Nathan Crowley came on early. They worked a lot on the design and how things were going to look. They even kind of like flew around and scouted locations, him and Nathan Crowley. But then like they also hired on this previs technician, which previs is just short for pre-visualization. That is a harder word than I thought when I first started to say it. But yeah, this previs tech, they hired on to kind of create these 3D like computer generated visuals of sequences that they were planning on filming. And so it was kind of like this, I guess, in between from the script to the actual like shooting that they would do. So like if there was a sequence where, like say like the sequence of them going in and out of the turnstiles, like, so they would like do a 3D visualization of that sequence. Because really, like, if they were to have just started trying to film what was on the script, it would be like, okay, where do you even start? but putting it into this program and like computer generating it, you kind of have like a visual to go off of, which they just had to have. They couldn't. It was one of those things where it's like, even I remember Hoyte van Hoytema in, I think in one of the special features things, saying like he remembers reading the script and being like, okay, how are we going to do this? Like, he was like, I don't know how we're going to capture this. I hope Nolan has a plan or whatever, which he knew he did, but it's just, and then they had to check. So those previs things came in handy because they could shoot and then they could check it against it to make sure, because really like you're trying to keep like this multi-dimensional continuity going, because you have like people going forwards and backwards, and like you've got to make sure like the continuity matches up. So you really like have to have like a visual foundation to like line that up with.
Well, it definitely, and I think also I heard them talk about like for the editing after the fact, like the amount of continuity checks that they did. And just to give an example of something that like I noticed when I saw, don't judge me, the Meg 2, like that's the simplest shot of like the end of the movie is he makes 3 harpoons because there's 3 things he has to kill, and he puts 3 things on his back, and I'm not even really paying attention to it, and I notice, okay, he just killed one of them. Why does he only have 1 spear in his back in this shot? Because the editing just missed. And it's like, is it really important in that movie? I don't think so. But this is a Nolan film, and the amount of attention to detail is there, and you don't get those kinds of little. I mean, honestly, the attention to detail is called out a lot of times in the film, because they'll be like, "Why are you bleeding?" You know, when he's about to get stabbed in the fight scene, or the window the side view mirror is cracked because it's about to get hit by the oncoming car that's reversed. So it's very thorough with those kinds of things, and there's not.
I remember seeing the busted side mirror, like when they're first starting that scene, and being like, "Oh, I bet that's like something that's gonna happen going the other way." Like even so, like going off of what you're talking about with the editing, we can kind of talk about how really like this is an interesting movie in Nolan's career, because he's kind of partly like just by the nature of like people working on other things, but he's kind of like shifting gears in his collaborations. So like for forever, Lee Smith was his editor, and I don't remember why, but Lee Smith was doing something else or like not available, and so he had to find an editor to work with, and he found Jennifer Lame, who she had worked on a decent amount of stuff. I want to say, let me just pull it up. I know what he had seen that really like drew him to her as an editor was Manchester by the Sea, which I'm not sure if you've seen that, but
I have not
yet. It does a lot with like, especially like in the editing, dealing with like memory, I guess, and like the effect that memory has on you in the present, sort of thing. And a lot of that, I guess, Nolan saw coming through in the editing, and so he was drawn to her. But she's done a lot of Baumbach stuff, like Francis Ha, Marriage Story, some of his other stuff too, While We Were Young. And then she edited Hereditary. Her other one that wasn't Baumbach was before this was Hereditary, which that's a very interesting career. Because a lot of her stuff is like more mellow, smaller scale drama, because that's what a lot of Baumbach films are, right? And then like Manchester by the Sea is very similar. It's a smaller scale like drama. And then Hereditary is an interesting jump.
Yeah.
And then after that, Tenet. And so it's kind of like, and then he kept her on, and she did Oppenheimer too. But yeah, it's just interesting because like he was looking for a new perspective, and he went with someone who's up to this point, other than Hereditary, which I guess you could say in a sense Hereditary is smaller scale. It's a different genre, but it's still like a similar scale. Because like in a horror movie, you're kind of playing with drama elements in the way you're building characters and whatnot. And so, yeah, it's just interesting. He's like looking for a new perspective, and he goes after this person that really has only done like small scale dramas to do this like big epic international espionage spy action movie.
Which, in the behind the scenes thing, Nolan was talking about like the, I guess the distinction, which I'll admit when I hear editing, I think of my experience with editing, which is literally just the technical act of cutting a clip, finding where they go together. And I don't really think about the artistic vision side of it, because it's not something that, in my experience with anything with editing, it's been very straightforward stuff. It's not, I'm not telling a story like, of course, an editor for a movie like this is. And so her vision for what's going on and how to even having all the shots and then putting them together the way they end up in the movie, it's a very much deeper process, I guess, than you think when you hear editing. Yeah. And you don't think deeply about it.
And I remember seeing the same thing you're talking about, of Nolan talking about that. And I remember along those same lines, he was saying something to the effect of like, I don't know that he said like the technical aspect isn't as important as, but he said something along those lines. Like, but like the storytelling aspect of editing is what's most important to him anyway. And I guess like you could say like the technical aspect of editing really is just like a servant of the storytelling aspect. Most people probably do think just about the technical part of editing, but it's like I even saw a clip recently of an interview with Martin Scorsese, and he was talking about how like he's always thinking about editing as he's like shooting a movie, because he's thinking about like how these images are going to be put together to tell the story and to convey the themes and to convey the ideas that he's trying to get across. And so like as he's shooting, he's always thinking about how this is going to be edited together to tell the story that he's trying to tell, and convey the ideas he's trying to convey, which that's all done. Like, it's all captured in camera and it's all there, but it's not a reality until it's edited, until it's like put together and lined up. Just so, and editing can ruin a movie too. Thinking about this movie, like this movie is, I will say, it can be pretty confusing, but I would say at the same time, like you can, if you just kind of like watch it, and don't like we were talking about earlier, don't like really try to think too deeply, like it's pretty like comprehensible, I would say. I felt like when it was coming out, it kind of had this bad rap of being an incomprehensible movie. And I remember knowing that going in when I saw it for the first time and coming out thinking, no, I think I get the general gist of what happened in this movie. I don't know why people are so like caught up on the sound design and saying they can't understand because they can't hear anything. And I'm like, I agree that there was a lot of dialogue that I couldn't hear, but I still like, even with that, was able to grasp like the concept of what's happening and follow the plot line pretty
Right.
well. Which I think says a lot about the editing, because this
Yeah,
movie could, with bad editing, could so easily just be a total mess.
definitely. And bringing up the sound reminded me. I wanted to say this earlier, but I think it's really telling because one of the first things that I remember hearing was, "Is this intentional? Is this a mistake?" You know,
Yeah.
and that's very easily dispelled now. Hearing Nolan talk about it and stuff after the fact, but um, the first thing we hear the protagonists say, and it's only the third line of dialogue in the movie after "Wake up the Americans," somebody grunts, and then this is the third line. The protagonist says, "We live in a twilight world," and the guy he's saying it to doesn't respond, so he repeats it. And I don't know, interpreting it, is that because he didn't hear him? But it's like, yeah, he's got the mask on and he's talking like this, and the guys just saw him shoot someone. And so that's part of the point, is it's not always crisp, clean, perfect audio. And I don't know, that kind of get into the opinion of, was it a good decision or bad? And I like the movie, and I think that was a good, I feel like it was, I trust Nolan. I like the decision, but it definitely was not a mistake. And that's pretty apparent 3 lines into the movie, that it's going to be harder to follow than some movies.
Yeah. And like I said, like, I just think that all of that even more so just like amplifies how well this is like put together in editing. And but yeah, the sound thing is this weird thing for me where I'm like, yeah, like I understand some of like the intention behind it, but also like as a viewer of the movie, because like first and foremost, like that's what I am. Like as a viewer of the movie, I'm like, I personally like to be able to hear what people are saying. And so like for me, the viewing experience can be a bit frustrating when I can't hear what people are saying. So like it's this weird like conflict like inside of myself where I'm like, okay, I want to trust the decision here. And I want to trust that there's like an intention or a point or, something like that going on. But at the same time, like I'm also kind of frustrated because I can't, like, especially like the one that I remember most not being able to hear. There's 2 sections that in my memory, I recall like not being able to hear well when I watched it for the first time in theaters. And those are when they're on the catamarans out in the ocean. Like I couldn't really understand anything that was said out there. And so there's that. And then when they're in the cavern at the end, even, and like they're speaking through the walkie talkie. And so like the sound is terrible. And like, I was frustrated because I was like, I want to hear what they're saying and I just can't understand it. And so it's kind of like, yeah, I get the intention, but at the same time, like maybe there is something to the system of like your production company giving you notes of like, hey, like we can't hear, this part of the movie, you need to fix that before we release it. And sometimes like when you have a guy like Nolan that just like has full creative control and a huge budget and it's just like, do whatever you want to do and we're not going to question it. There's a degree to which it's like, okay, like, but like your audience is a little frustrated because we can't hear what's happening. And for me, seemed like it was a crucial moment to be able to hear what was happening, like in the cavern when they're like, that's literally like the climax of them saving the world. And I don't know what's being said. So it's like, yeah, for sure. There's probably some intention there and some decisions that were made with creative intent, but also like it is still something that like is made for the viewer to experience. And when that experience is frustrating. It can kind of take you out of the experience that you're wanting people to have. So yeah, that's my like sound design rant on Nolan
Yeah.
for this movie. And it is like, it honestly is something that like makes this movie not quite as good as it maybe could have been for me, especially that first viewing. The second one, like obviously I had subtitles on, like we talked about earlier. So like I didn't miss any of the dialogue, but yeah, I mean, when you make a movie and like you can't hear dialogue that feels as a viewer, maybe it's not in actuality crucial for you to hear what's being said, but as a viewer, there's these moments where it feels crucial, like it feels like it should be crucial. So it feels like I should hear it and I can't. It's like, ugh, like, but yeah, that's, I guess like I'll step off my sound like that. That is honestly like when I first saw it, I remember I went back and watched I read the review I had written on Letterboxd, and I was kind of like defending Nolan in that, but it was kind of based on what I was saying about the editing. I didn't mention the editing there, but I was just kind of talking about how like, yeah, maybe the sound isn't great, but I still understood what was happening for the most part. And so I was kind of like challenging all of the like, oh, it's confusing because you can't hear anything idea that was being spouted. And I don't think that's the case, but I do think it's the case that you can get frustrated as a viewer when you feel like you should be hearing something and you can't. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the editing too, like I will say this too about the sound design. Like a lot of that work, like a lot of times like the sound mixing and stuff is some of the last stuff that gets finalized in post-production. And so by the time they're like doing the sound mixing, it's in lockdown. It's 2020. They're in lockdown. Yeah. He's got a much smaller crew than he normally does. It's like pretty significantly smaller for all of that work. And then on top of that, it's in lockdown. They're having to do social distancing. And so there's a degree to which I wonder like if that factors into why the sound mixing wasn't so great, is like just and that's why that's another reason I want to give it the benefit of the doubt, is like,
yeah,
maybe Nolan in his press was like defending it because like, yeah, it's your movie, like you've got to defend it. But like maybe at the end of the day too, like he knows like, well, yeah, I guess it's not great, but like under the circumstances, like we did the best we could, maybe, sort of thing. I don't know. Benefit of the doubt given. But yeah, another new collaborator he had was Ludwig Göransson, doing the score.
I liked. I guess I first became aware of his work on Black Panther.
Yeah,
was when I first like connected who he was. But yes, excellent score here.
Yeah. He had worked on Black Panther, but he had worked on Creed, the first two Creeds also.
Okay.
He did the score for those. And Venom, which I haven't seen Venom, and I don't necessarily have plans to see Venom. But so I don't know anything about the score in that. But yeah, the score in Black Panther is fantastic. I love the score for Black Panther.
Very, very good as well.
So yeah, but yeah, definitely like it's definitely like another kind of change for Nolan in a sense. There's a sense in which like this Göransson score is like, it's like similar and different to like the Zimmer scores before. It's similar in the sense that it's very like propulsive and like in your face. But it's that in a different way. Like he's utilizing different sort of like music making than Zimmer usually was. But like it's very like drum and synth heavy electronic music for the most part. And then you have some guitar, you have some electric guitar that kind of feels like a homage to like Bond, like the Bond theme. But yeah, even this score, like how I think it's really good, and like it fits the propulsiveness of the movie. Like it's very like punchy and like in your face, but like so is like the action of the movie. So I think it's a good score. It's not like I don't think it's like, oh, this is like top notch. Like Interstellar is one of my favorite scores just like ever. I love the Interstellar score, and it's like nowhere near that level, but it's good and it works with the movie, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, it is also like the product of lockdown. I think I want to say they recorded everything, like everyone separately, like the whole orchestra, everyone was recorded separately because they couldn't get a whole orchestra together to record. It was lockdown. It's like not okay to do that for them. So,
yeah.
Yeah. I did write down too, one of the interesting things about the score was like he was using these distorted sounds. The most notable one is for Sator's theme. He had like recorded Christopher Nolan breathing into a microphone and like distorted it.
Wow.
It's like, okay. There always seems to be like some weird Nolan theme work into, like in Dunkirk, it's one of his like stopwatches that's the ticking in Dunkirk. And then like, and now in this one you've got like, I need to go back and listen to Sator's theme to see if I can hear what sound is supposed to be like Nolan's breathing distorted. But I can just imagine like Nolan going into the studio and being like, what do you need me to do? Just breathe into this mic? Okay. Like I wonder if it was like exaggerated breathing, or is he just like is Nolan a loud breather? Like how are you what do you tell him to do? Hey, can you breathe into the mic, please?
Well, I mean I have a deviated septum, so I breathe pretty loud sometimes. But
yeah.
Other than most people breathing, it's not very loud. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm interested too now. We need to see if there's more information on this.
Yeah, I just thought that was funny. The other cool thing about the music, this is the first, like, it ends in the credits with the Travis Scott song, The Plan. And it's the first like time Nolan's used hip hop in his movie, but it's also the first time he's done like a single, like a music single like released, in tandem with his movie. Like he's never done that before. And so this is interesting. I was kind of wondering if that too also was homage to Bond movies, which every Bond movie kind of has its own single that's released with it.
Yeah, that's true.
And so I didn't read that anywhere. I didn't get through very much of the chapter on Tenet in the Nolan variations. So maybe they might talk about it in there because it's the most detailed resource I have. But yeah, as I was thinking about it, I was like, I wonder if that's like kind of homage to a Bond movie, but in reverse, instead of it being in the title sequence. Of course, it's at the end. Which another thing with that too is a lot of Nolan movies have the title card come in at the very end of the movie. I know all the Batman movies are like that with intention, but it feels like a lot. It feels like a lot of his movies are like that. And in Tenet, it's towards the beginning. It's like after that opening sequence, you get the title card.
It's right. Yeah, it is. Well, because that is true with like the way they come in at the end. Not to go talk about it too much, but there was for Batman Day in this year, I was able to see The Dark Knight in theaters for the first time. And man, the Gordon's monologue at the end, The Dark Knight, the music swells and then it's just The Dark Knight. It's like, such a good rap. But they're always at the end. It doesn't come in and say you're watching The Dark Knight by Christopher Nolan and then start just straight into the action.
Right. Yeah. And it is that way here as far as straight into the action, but it is, I was wondering, like, I saw the title card pop up and I was like, oh yeah, I know Nolan likes to put his title card at the end. I wonder if this is like some sort of like, ooh, it's reversed now.
Kind
of thing going on. But yeah, for sure. I did. Let's talk a little bit about like some of the how they did it sort of stuff, like the production design and the special effects. This movie surprisingly only has 200, or at least like this might be an approximation. I can't remember the source for this, but only 280 special effects shots, which is really impressive because this movie seems like it should have tons of special effects shots. Only 280 is wild that's all it has. But yeah, a lot of that is, a lot of that has to do with just like the way Nolan shoots things. He tries to capture as much as he can in camera. And like he does that here, like we talked about, like they are running film backwards and forwards through the camera so that they're not having to do CGI work in post. Like they're like literally capturing it that way in camera, where you're not having to do some sort of special effects.
I think that was one of the first like bits of information that I learned about Nolan. I actually don't remember the context. I think it was in relation to Inception, with the amount of like reality, like the one thing everyone talks about is like the train. It's a real train built on top of an 18-wheeler, and they really plowed cars. They didn't CG in a train.
It's like
a lot of movies would have.
They literally like built a moving set of a train basically on the 18-wheeler. But yeah, even Inception. I pulled up this. It's a Reddit graphic that I found. So like, take this with what you will. I would bet that these are pretty close because it has the 280 Tenet thing that I mentioned. But like Inception has 500 VFX shots. Dunkirk even has more, 429. The only one with less is Oppenheimer with 200. So the most is a tie for Dark Knight and Interstellar at 700, which makes sense, especially for Interstellar. But yeah, and I will say too, like a lot of people, they might hear like VFX or SFX or whatever, and they might think their mind might immediately go to see like computer generated, and that's not what VFX means. It just means like so for instance, when the opera house blows up, like that's a VFX shot. They're creating the illusion of an explosion. It's a visual effect, like it's and so that's what a VFX shot is. So it's not, or like a lot. So for instance, in the final battle scene, the building that blows up, well, that's a miniature. It's a 1/3 scale building that they've built, that they're using to capture the footage of the building exploding and then like rebuilding and then exploding again. That's a visual effects shot because it's not, they're not just like filming a building explode. They've built like this miniature of it to capture like the effect visually of a full scale building exploding. And so like, I just wanted to make that clarification because I feel like a lot of people, when they hear VFX, their mind immediately goes to CGI, and like
yeah, like full green screen,
not
fake
the,
environment.
yeah, not the same thing.
Yeah.
And I don't think they did any sort of green screen stuff with Tenet. Like some of his movies they do, like there's parts of like The Dark Knight and stuff where they had to use some green screen. But yeah, I don't remember seeing anything in the special features with green screen in there when I was watching through the Tenet stuff.
Yeah. Well, there were some surprising things, like his first, I guess, interaction with I can't think of the character's name, the scientist who's explaining how, reverse entropy works to him. And when he's like, the shot of him standing at the front of the file cabinets, that's actually like a forced perspective painting behind him. Yeah. It's not a full that's incredible. It's it's not a,
they had someone come in and paint that.
Yeah, freehand apparently as well. Incredible. Yeah. So
yeah, I saw that, and even after they told me that it was like painted in to make it look like that, I was like, yeah, it still looks like it to me, even though I know
it still looks, yeah. Which I was aware of, some of the earlier Star Wars movies doing stuff like that as well, but I didn't realize that was something that movies would do. Maybe that's just a Nolan special, I don't know. But
yeah, I mean, a lot of movies do. I mean, all movies have those sorts of things going on. It's becoming more and more common to do it in post-production instead of pre-production. That's the difference.
Yeah. Okay.
Adding it in computer generated.
Right. A lot of movies that would have just been a green screen, and that's a wrap. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. And that's kind of like one of the Nolan, I guess, like, my mind is like lost the word. I guess like something that Nolan does that, he's kind of like become known for is, just, and it's something that like has come up again and again doing this series is just this idea of like, well, instead of putting in all this work in post-production, why don't we just put in that, switch it up and put that work in pre-production where you can actually like capture stuff on camera instead of like, and it's something that like you hear, well, like when you hear actors, whether it's in like the special features on the Blu-ray or in interviews, on red carpets or whatever, something that you hear actors in Nolan movies talk about is how much they appreciate having actual tangible things spaces to work in, as actors is so helpful for them to be able to like feel them, like even in Interstellar. So like, obviously like they've got these computer generated images of black holes and wormholes. Like they didn't film a wormhole. There's no wormholes out there to film. And so there's these computer generated images, but they're projecting them. So like they're in this sound stage and they're sitting in the little spaceship set that they've built. And through the window, they're literally looking at a projection of that wormhole, and that's captured in camera as they're looking at it. So like, even when he is like doing a lot of CG work because of the necessity of, I can't film a wormhole, like he's still putting it in the space, literally with a projection so that it can be like acted off of. Like Anne Hathaway had talked about, like, yeah, when you're seeing our reaction on screen to seeing the wormhole for the first time, like we literally are seeing the wormhole for the first time. And it's like kind of a genuine reaction of like, whoa, on our faces. And you kind of hear similar stuff like, John David Washington and like Robert Pattinson and, these interviews kind of just talking about like, yeah, it was crazy to be on set and like we're actually like crashing a real plane into a warehouse. Like they were just talking about like acting off of that is like an incredible experience and like so helpful for me as an actor. I just think that's really cool.
Yeah, same.
That sequence, I mean, it's a decommissioned literally a 747. Like, they could have gotten smaller planes and made it, forced perspective to look bigger, but no, they literally got a humongous 747. And it's kind of that sequence is kind of comical. Like, you're watching it and it's like it's going so slow, which is kind of funny, but like, it's one of those things where you're like, yeah, I guess it would be going that slow in real life, and like, who's gonna stop it? Like, it's a it's a 747. It's not like, just because it's going slow you can stop it. And then the gold's like dumping out of the back, which is kind of funny too, in a way. Like, there's little things in this movie that, like, I have to wonder if like Nolan thought it was funny too, because I'm like watching this gold like get thrown out of the back of a 747, and I'm like, this is kind of funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's incredible. I mean, they crashed a 747. They did it at a working airport too. Like,
yeah, that surprised me.
Yeah.
I thought they would have like interlaced shots of the 747 and then like moved it or to an off, campus or something. But yeah, no, it's not.
Yeah, I mean,
can you imagine if someone didn't get the memo that they were shooting a movie?
Yeah, and I just like only Nolan could get clearance to crash a 747 in a working airport like site.
Yeah, that's truly amazing.
Oh man. But yeah, I mean, this movie other stuff that's incredible is like just the visual of that wind farm. That's a real location in the world. There's this wind farm off the coast of Denmark. That's not CG. That you're really looking at a wind farm in the ocean off the coast of Denmark. They actually shot at the location some for Dunkirk, and they took the windmills out in post. And Nolan remembered it, and he was like, I want to go back there and shoot. So he did. Because why not? I have a $200 million budget. Why not?
Well, yeah, and I feel like, I mean, of course this applies to other movies too, but the VFX shots in the films, like, I know Inception, it was just removing rigging on like one of the shots of the staircase,
that's a lot of the Batman ones too.
Yeah, it's just removing things that are for safety. And yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, other cool visuals I had written down, like I mean, you have the icebreaker ship that's at the wind farm is like really cool looking. That's that black and yellow one, really cool looking. The yacht, it's called the Planet 9 that they used, is actually like a world traveler yacht, which that's a whole world that I have no idea about. So they're like, oh yeah, it's a world traveler yacht. I'm like, okay, I don't know anything about yachts. I guess there's yachts that are like, I'm gonna hang out right here, and there's yachts that can kind of travel the world. I guess, I don't know. But yeah, one thing I did think was funny about the yacht was like, I mean, it's like a legit expensive yacht that they borrowed for this production. And like the inside is so like delicate and everything's so expensive. Nolan, I remember he said literally it's like shooting in a China shop. They like, I think I saw in the special features, they like added all this like padding and tape and stuff to make sure they weren't like gonna mess something up. The boom like scratches the irreplaceable wallpaper or something.
Even the catamarans, I mean, they did there's a surprising amount of like ocean work done in this movie. But the catamarans, they brought in this, like, it's called Cell GP. It's like this team of professional like sailing racers, like those sailing catamaran things that they were on. like are literally only built to be able to do that, like go fast on the ocean. Like you can't just like float around in them. They're literally
Oh,
just
wow.
built to just go fast, and they go like over 50 miles per hour.
Wow. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
insane. I don't understand.
Yeah. So they like,
I mean, I heard that they're like the F1 for sailing,
right.
F1
Yeah.
Formula cars for sailing.
Yeah. It's really cool. Like I'm sure like the physics of it is really interesting too, of how that works. Like they literally like lift up it's like they're flying almost.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's interesting. Like they had a guy that's from that team, like interviewed on one of the special features, and like he was just saying like they're like wanting to throw a guy out of one of the boats, and we were like, no, you can't do that. Like they didn't want to let them throw people out of the boats. Like Nolan's like, yeah, we're going to figure out a way to do it. But yeah, and then there were some of those sequences too where they like those boats kind of like come apart, so they like took part of the boat, because they, like I said, they can't just like float around. They literally are only for racing, and so they come apart so that they can be like transported and stored. And so like they took part of the boat and like would put it on a rig of some sort on the side of a boat and like film that way too. Which is cool, I guess. A cool little trick that they found. But yeah, really like to me like, oh, one more visual thing, the turnstiles. I thought the turnstiles were really cool. There was actually so there's 3 different turnstiles. There's the one at the Freeport, and that one is like a smaller one, if I'm not mistaken. That like,
I think so. Yeah, it's a little more.
Yeah, it's the horizontal one. Like they turn horizontally, and it's a little bit smaller. And then there's one, I can't remember where the big one is. There's one somewhere else.
I think the big one is in the. Oh, I actually don't know the location of it. It's like it's got the red light, blue light. Like that's the big one, I think.
Yeah, and it's like it kind of has the feel of like, oh, you can move bigger stuff back and forth through time in that one. And then there's the one like towards the end at the like final battle where it's like this vertical turnstile where they're kind of like filing into it, and they're all like turning, like they're rotating vertically instead of like horizontally.
Yeah, they're like going
yeah, which that one was a cool like design too. It's like a assembly line feel to it, because they're like filing, all the soldiers are like filing into the turnstiles.
Yeah, you need to move a lot of things fast, not
right
one big thing slowly.
Yeah, so I thought the turnstiles were cool, and the design of like just the idea of like these 2 turning things mirroring each other, kind of like portraying like the changing and direction of time sort of thing. I thought that design was pretty cool. And pretty,
same. It was
like,
very
tangible, you know. It's like you see it, like you can see, oh, he goes in here, it turns, and then he comes out over there, like going the opposite way. It's like, oh, okay,
yeah,
you know. Yeah, I just thought it was really cool, just like crazy, like the crazy amount of stunt work that went into like learning choreography forwards and backwards to make these sequences work. Because when you watch it, you literally are like, how did they do this? Like when you watch the the self fight, him with himself when he comes out of this turnstile, JDW that is, and you're like, how did they do this? Because visually it's like it's like it messes with your mind, because one person's going forward and the other person's going backwards, and it actually like looks like that, and it's very like mind-boggling. And it is one of those times where you're sitting in a movie like wondering how they made it, which I think is fun. I like it when movies make you wonder that.
Yeah, well, and then like all the people say with Nolan, how are we going to do this for real? Because
Yeah.
Nolan,
Yeah.
but that is one of the places that the technicality kind of loses me. Because like,
That's
okay,
fair.
like
Yeah.
so at the end, like when it's red team, blue team goes through like red team goes through the battle, and then
Hmm.
blue team goes through it after them, but then red team has the knowledge that they got, so it's like they're both going through at the same time. Like that at least makes some tactical sense to where it's like, okay, they know the enemy's going to do this thing
Hmm.
because blue team told them, so they defend for that. Like that makes sense. But
Yeah.
when it's like him fighting himself, that did kind of confuse me.
See, it's the opposite for me.
Really.
Yeah, when he comes out and he's like fighting himself, like I can wrap my mind around that, but like honestly, like I'm totally lost as to what's happening in that final battle scene. Like I understand the concept
Mhm.
that you were explaining, like, oh, the blue team is going back through it and they're like it's kind of like they're the recon team really, like they're getting the information by going backwards through the fight so that the red team going forwards through the fight, has the information they need to pull off the mission successfully. Like I understand that concept, but watching it visually, I'm like, I don't know, even with the red and blue signifiers, I'm like, I don't know who's who are they shooting
Yeah.
at? Um
I mean,
did you even
yeah, and
see
then
anyone that they were shooting at? Like it's so confusing. Like who's
so
firing on who? Like
right. Well, and I think the idea is, and I don't know this for a fact, but I don't think the people that they're fighting have as big of a pincer movement team as they do. I think they are basically defending this area, and they have a couple people, like the guy, like the main one of the main henchmen,
yeah. He's down in the
sets the
cavern.
charge.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, but he goes backwards, and that's one of the people that Neil sees when he tries to stop him from running in. So that guy, I think, was one of the pincer movers, but it's not like red team, blue team. It's more, you know, I think they're just all defending the area.
Right.
Um,
Yeah. It's
but
just confusing to me. It's like I don't know. I don't think there's a certain amount of times I can watch it and understand it. I think I'll always just be like,
mm,
I don't really understand what's happening here, and I'm just gonna have to
yeah,
roll with it.
I guess from a like,
Like it's cool visually, but it doesn't mean I
well, yeah,
understand it.
I guess from a practical standpoint of you have a group of people trying to accomplish a goal.
Right.
So you have the other team move backwards through time to get all the information, which
Hmm.
is instantaneously given to red team because they've already gone through it. Makes sense. But like the building explosion, like it looks cool, but I don't get that either. Honestly, like
Yeah. Why is it
it,
exploding and then rebuilding and then exploding again? Like, what's the point of that? Like,
yeah,
other than like, it just looks really cool. Which, if that's all it is, then like, awesome. Like, because it does look really cool. But I'm just like, what? And that's the thing with this final battle sequence, which like, it's just so very complicated. So many different moving parts. They shot 3 weeks to capture that sequence,
mhm.
and it's the last thing they did. And like, I, I almost wonder if they're just like we've got to just be done with this movie, and because usually, um, usually I am not so confused about like space and time in a Nolan movie. Usually he's
Mm.
pretty good with geography. So, um, like to to the degree like that, I would make the comparison with like a lot of his. The Dark Knight Rises is I guess maybe a similar to this. They're like that last sequence with like where they're chasing the thing through the city, and then you have like you're shooting in like you're shooting in 3 different cities, like the same like sequence, and like you lose this sense of space sort of. I feel like it's a similar thing here where like usually Nolan is pretty good at like the geography of his like shots and the blocking and everything that goes into that. But like, I don't know, in this, I'm like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know. Like when they're way zoomed out, I can kind of see everything, but like when you're in the middle of it, like you don't know what's going on. And maybe that was purposeful, but like it kind of takes me out of the movie personally, where I'm like, I don't know where they are. I don't know when I'm in the middle of it. I know they're trying to get into the cavern, but like I can't picture it. Like I have no sense of space when I'm watching that sequence.
Yeah. Especially compared to something like Inception, where I feel like one thing Inception does very well is explaining the rules of the thing.
Sure, yeah.
Like that whole sequence, of Leonardo DiCaprio explaining, okay, you're in a dream.
Yeah.
This is the rule. Like, oh, if you die in a dream, it's okay. You wake up, but you can't die in limbo. And then that comes back in the end. Like they're in limbo. They can't, all the rules of the system being explained pretty concisely. Then there's like the training montage of them building the world, and then they go on the heist, and that's the third act. Whereas with this, it was I think what you said about it being intentional potentially, I think that's the idea.
Yeah,
I think because even I might be mistaken with this. I actually don't know how it's referred to, but when it's first explained to the protagonist, it's explained as reversing entropy,
right,
and not reversing time. And that is where it gets interesting, because it's trying to be more scientifically plausible than
he did have Kip Thorne come back and like advise on like the science stuff of this, which Kip Thorne was, involved in Interstellar. So, but
okay. But like the idea of the entropy of a system being reversed, so that it's tending towards order. So like then you're getting 10 weeks younger, you're getting a week younger when you're going towards this thing, and then you exit time going forward and you're normal. I think the idea of entropy and chaos is kind of the point of some of that. Like you're not really supposed to understand. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe that's a defense, but
I can see where you're coming from. I will give like, I don't know. Just for me, like, so like at the end of the day, like this feels like a, like kind of like the thing that diminishes, and I like this movie overall. Like I'm positive on this movie. So it's just like the movie that I have the most like problems with out of like most of Nolan's films.
Yeah.
Like, even though like, I think I might like this more than Insomnia, but I have like very little problems with Insomnia like I do with this one. And like, it's just like, man, pick a lane. Do you want us to be like in deep thought about like the concepts of what's happening, or do you want us to just experience it? And if it feels like every scene, it's like he wants you to do both, and I'm like, you can't do both. Like I either need to understand what's going on, or you just need to like, because it's like he teases you with what's going on. It's like you got Ives, Aaron Taylor Johnson coming on. It's a temporal pincer movement, and you're like, okay, like what does that mean? We're just gonna do it. They're gonna go this way, and we're going that way. Let's go. And you're like, okay, but I still don't understand exactly what's going on. Okay, I guess I'm supposed to just watch it and experience it. But then like, you've been teased with this idea, and you're like, that's in the back of your mind. I don't know. I'm just like, man, pick a lane. Do you want us to experience it, or do you want this to be some sort of like intellectual exercise? Like, because like a lot of his movies are both, but this one to me just doesn't work as both. Like Inception is both,
Right.
Interstellar is both, sort of like, but this one is like, man, it just doesn't compute for it to be this intellectual exercise and an experience at the same time for my mind. And that's just certain sequences. I think that's why, like, I can still say, like, I really enjoy this movie and like it overall, is because it's really just like particular sequences that applies to. It's not necessarily the movie as a whole that applies.
No,
to.
yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, I think a very good point to make as well is that Nolan is really good at action, like in getting you to start. The opening of the movie is a great example of that.
Right. Yeah.
The opening of the movie, you have this swarm of police going towards the building, and then you got your 4 guys that you know are up to something, and you see them move across that crowd in a tight unit. One guy peels off, then they start opening doors. It's like, it's so, every time I watch the movie, it's like, I'm just there in it. Same thing with the opening of The Dark Knight. I mean, Inception's got incredible action sequences that just are very narrative driven. And so my honest assumption about Tenet is it's going over my head, and I'm not catching something I should be, because it is so great in so many areas. But I think conceptually you can get very confused quickly because it doesn't lend itself to explanation like all of his other films really do.
Yeah.
Or
there's a certain degree to which, like, I guess, like, for stuff like, I guess with Interstellar, like black holes and wormholes, there's kind of like this pop culture, like, general understanding of those concepts that you can kind of like play with and like maybe dig into deeper, like the actual science of it. And you have scientists literally that you're following around, so it makes sense for them to talk about the science of it and how it works. And in this movie, you're just like following this like no named protagonist spy around, and like you really don't have a full grasp on like the logistics of how everything's working exactly. And again, it really just applies to certain sequences. And I do feel like I understand intellectually, like, I guess, the concept of everything that's happening. It's just sometimes visually, and like, this is maybe why it's a problem for me, is because like the movie literally tells you in the dialogue, like, don't think about it, just experience it. But there's certain sequences that like I have to think about for it to make sense. Because if I'm just watching it and not thinking about it, I'm like super confused. That final battle sequence being a big one, a big example of that. Like, I have to think about, okay, I have to reorient myself intellectually in the middle of it. Because if I'm just experiencing it, I'm like, I have no idea what's happening.
And I think something that this movie does answer for me, or does accomplish for me, is something that has just been kind of a growing thing that I've noticed. And I mean, in some cases, like, I'm not going to get into deep technical analysis of the Fast and the Furious, because I've only honestly seen the last 2 that have come out. I'm not deep into the movies, but it's like a plot point in the 10, I think, or 9, where they say, like, we're indestructible. Like, your character is either Superman and cannot die, or somewhere on the other end of that, so adept at what they do that nothing is a threat to them, maybe. And that kind of is one of the things in spy movies, is like, I like the precision action guy that happens. But at some point, I'm like, how are they that good? And this movie is like, not only is the protagonist very good at what he does. Like, you see, man, the kitchen fight scene is so good.
Yeah.
Oh,
I love that.
The cheese
That's
grater
one of my
to the
favorite
face,
in the whole movie.
Yeah,
because
I can talk about that.
Because of the swagger that JDW has, like, where he's like,
and the power.
Oh,
like,
man.
anyway, yeah, that he is extremely good at what he does.
Mm-hmm.
But I think where the movie starts kind of going off the deep end to let you know that like he is not going to accomplish what he wants to do unless he embraces this tech is the heist scene,
Mm-hmm.
because they did everything they could to keep it tight, and Sater had a pincer movement going on. And so I think for me, what all this to say, I think for me, what this does is it gives a tangible reason that someone who is as proficient as the protagonist is at what he does would have an ace in the hole, because he's got a pincer move going on. And it's not just because he staked the place out and was ready in our terms. He had help from the future. I don't know. I actually don't know.
Right.
But the point is, like, he has a time travel accomplice that can get these things.
Sure. Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. That makes sense. I mean, he is very obviously very adept and proficient at his craft of, taking guys out and being a good spy.
Yeah. Cheese graters to the face and all.
Oh yeah. But yeah, and I think overall, like I said, I do understand everything overall. And so it's just like, there's just moments where I'm kind of taken out of the experience, which I feel like is the opposite of what Nolan was wanting. But yeah, I still enjoy those sequences. They're like a lot of fun, but I don't really kind of taken out of them at points. Yeah. Kind of like wrapping up this section, one of the things that I really love about Nolan is just that how involved he is in all of these things. He's a director, and a lot of times you think about the director kind of standing there either at the camera or like with his monitor and like giving direction to the actors and the camera operators, the DP and stuff. But Nolan really like, he directs every department. It feels like he's working hand in hand with like the stunt guy on the coordination there, and he's working hand in hand with Nathan Crowley, like in the production design and everything that goes into that. And he's working hand in hand with Lame as she's like working on editing and putting it, like he literally is like a director with a capital D. He's directing everything, which is really impressive. And it's, I loved it. This JDW was talking about how Nolan's energy and determination is infectious. And I loved that. I loved that kind of thought of like, when you have this creator that's so like involved and determined and like excited and has this energy, it's like infectious to the whole crew and cast, and he said it makes you want to keep going and to do better and to get to accomplish it. And so yeah, I really appreciate that about Nolan. But yeah, just like with the wrapping up of this, like the timeline of this movie and being made, like it was released, like we've kind of already touched on, like when this movie was released. It was released like really like before lockdown was kind of totally done here in the States anyways. I want to say New York and California were still like totally closed down when this movie came out. I'm fairly certain of that. So it really didn't have a great opening here, but it was one of those things where a lot of places in the world like weren't that bad off as far as COVID goes, and they were kind of like begging for movies. They're like, hey, please send your movies here. We're doing all right. And so this movie is an example of this period where like domestically it really like didn't do that well, but worldwide it did okay. It made the eventual $363 million worldwide, which like
Mm.
honestly like isn't very good a return on a $200 million movie.
Yeah.
But under the circumstances, it's kind of like, what can you expect? What could you expect it to do?
Yeah.
But yeah, but the big thing with this coming out was Nolan's like fallout with WB, with Warner
Mm.
Brothers, because they announced after this movie was 2020. I'm pretty sure released 2020, and they had announced, or I guess at some point later in 2020, that they were planning on releasing all of the films that they're distributing to theaters on HBO Max the same day.
Mm.
And that was a big no-no for Nolan. I wrote down this quote. He said, "Some of our industry's biggest filmmakers and most important movie stars went to bed the night before thinking they were working for the greatest movie studio and woke up to find out that they were working for the worst streaming service." It's like he was mad.
Well, that's a way to put it.
He was not happy. And yeah, I mean, he did. He ended it.
Yeah.
He left Warner Brothers, which is crazy because he had so much freedom at Warner Brothers. It's like, yeah, it's just crazy to think that he's had his whole career there, all the way back to Insomnia, his first studio movie.
Wow. Yeah.
Was with Warner Brothers, and yeah, that announcement they made was just like, no, I'm not doing that. That's not the sort of movie.
Mm.
The movies I'm making are not made for that. But yeah, and I'm pretty sure he went on. I think Universal is the one that picked up Oppenheimer, and did the production and distribution stuff for Oppenheimer. So, yeah. So yeah, I mean, he moved on.
Yeah. Wasn't the I heard like a rumor that the reason Barbie got released on Oppenheimer Day was kind of a Warner Bros. Like, it's purely speculation, but like an attempt to be kind of attack Nolan. I don't know the right way to word it,
Yeah.
but basically, like, in other words, to compete. And I think it ended up helping both. That's a whole concept to discuss.
Yeah,
but
it's like that's like the most genius accidental marketing scheme ever. Because like there's no way they could have predicted like what became of Barbenheimer. But yeah, that's a whole nother podcast for sure. Yeah, this movie released 2020. They had the 2021 Academy Awards, for the 2020 movies, which was like a weird, those whole like 2 or 3 years there with the Academy Awards was kind of weird because like you don't have like a ton of movies that have come out, and then like they're doing, it's like not in person, so it's kind of weird. Yeah, it was a weird. I remember that I think it was like 1 or 2 instances of the Oscars was like kind of like weird. They were like trying to do different stuff with like bringing people in video conference, and it was just kind of weird. But yeah, it did get nominated for 2 categories. Production design was 1. It didn't win that, but it did win visual effects for visual effects, which I think it totally deserves. Like visual effects in this it's just incredible. And like I said, like innovative. They're doing something like this is one of the big reasons that this movie is still like, I really, really enjoy and like, even with all my problems and issues with it, is, man, I went to the theaters and I watched this movie, and I was like, I've never seen anything like that before, like ever visually. I've never seen a dude fight his backward self before on screen, and it looked like a real guy fighting himself backwards. Like incredible. Like, right? Like,
Right. Yeah.
like literally no one has ever done that before. Yeah,
Definitely.
just really cool. Like, I mean, people have like done backwards film before, but never like action set pieces with like forwards and backwards running at the same time.
Yeah, and not to this extent for sure.
Right. But yeah, cast. Um, one of the things I had written down was like Nolan really like avoided A-list actors for this. Like, obviously he brought
Hmm.
Michael Caine back in, but like if you think about it, like John David Washington wasn't huge at this point. Robert Pattinson had been just he had just mostly been doing like kind of indie art house more like films for a while after Twilight. So he was kind of like a little bit he was kind of at a point where he had kind of waned on his like pull from the Twilight movies.
Hmm.
And so I mean he's all that to say, like, he's not pulling in a Matthew McConaughey or a Leo to do this movie. He's pulling in
Yeah.
the two like main guys that you're going through this movie with. Really, like, I mean, John David Washington, I guess, kind of has like his dad's kind of like cachet just because his dad is Denzel Washington, but like, you know, he's still like they're not A-list actors. Which I thought was interesting. I guess it brings a bit of anonymity and man, that's a difficult word. and anonymity. There you go. Right. To I guess like to that intrigue spy kind of feel. Like it's these guys that you're not like overly familiar with, I guess, is where I'm going with that.
Yeah.
And so
that's something I experience. I mean, even liking the actor in one role, anytime I see Chris Evans, he's Captain America. He's just
right.
He's linked to that in my mind,
right?
And sure. Even in Knives Out, it's like, oh, Captain America's being a jerk. What's going on? And that's not his fault at all.
Yeah,
that's just the roles. But that's the way our minds work sometimes. But yeah, I think that's a really good point. He was a fresh-faced protagonist in this movie, and to us.
Yeah. Nolan liked John David Washington. He saw a premiere of Black Klansman. He was like, man, I liked that guy's charisma. And so that's what drew him to casting him. And like, and two, like he has, so he was an aspiring like pro football player for a while. He played Morehouse College running back. He was drafted. He was not drafted into the NFL, but he got picked up as a UDFA, which is an undrafted free agent by the Rams. And he got dropped before the season, I think. But he did play in the UFL, which is like, it's kind of like a minor league pro football league. He played like, I want to say 4 years as a running back in that. So all that to say, like, he's got the athleticism needed for this sort of part, and it really comes across, like, and especially like the standout for me is still that kitchen scene that we talked about earlier. Like his physicality and athleticism is just like incredible on screen.
I agree.
Even that opening sequence of just him like running around, like when he first comes into the building, he's like running around that curved like lobby. He just like looks awesome running.
Yeah, he's not quite the like Tom Cruise run, because he seems more powerful, I would say, when he's running. He seems more raw and like strong, I guess.
It would be interesting. Like I think after, I wonder like if they'll want to try to keep Mission Impossible going after this next last Tom Cruise one. It'll be interesting to see if they keep it going, and if they do, who they use. Because I think John David Washington could actually do the Ethan Hunt part. Like,
I think he would be a very good choice as well.
He would be, like you said, a little different, but he has a similar like charisma and like athleticism to him.
Yeah.
That like I think he could do it. I don't know if he's gung-ho about stunts like Tom Cruise is, but
maybe not yet.
not yet. Yeah.
And I did not mean to disparage the Tom Cruise run, by the way. I'm a fan. I think it's great.
Oh yeah.
I think it's so cool that he like trained the way he looks running on screen, and he runs.
Oh yeah.
Incredibly fast, and it looks good.
Yeah,
it's
I know what you meant. I know what you were saying though. Like it's the power that, I mean, he was a running back. Like he runs with power. Like it's a different sort of run than like Tom Cruise sprinting. Like it's just different.
Yeah.
But yeah, one of the things was interesting was like this. He brings it, like he's got charisma for sure, but he also brings like a warmth a little to the spy character, which Nolan had mentioned at some point too, which I thought was interesting. I think he's really good in this movie. I don't know. I've heard people be like, "Oh yeah, John David Washington was incredible in this movie," and I feel like he's just like, yeah, he was really good. I wasn't like blown away by his performance. There's like times where he kind of feels weirdly stiff, and I wonder if that's more on him or more on like the script, because it does feel at times that like because of how like no identity this guy is, there's no backstory, he's just he's like the man with no name, like Clint Eastwood, like just rolling into the middle of the plot, and it's like, I don't know, there's a degree to which I wonder if like that's just the nature of that sort of character, where at times they feel wooden because like you don't have any like character connection to them. So like when they are like kind of warm and loving, and then they're switching back and forth between that and like action spy hero, it kind of like is a little off-putting. But it might just be the nature of, it might not be his performance, it might just be the nature of that sort of character. Not really sure, honestly.
Yeah.
Robert Pattinson, though, that dude is so cool in this movie.
Yeah,
he really is.
He definitely is.
Like, and you know, Nolan had talked about like he saw like a compelling presence. I think Good Time is the main one he referenced. Like he said he had a compelling presence in that movie. But I think he did. I want to say he mentioned like other ones like High Life and The Lighthouse too. But yeah, I heard this anecdote. So I know part of it's true, which is that Pattinson had a long conversation with Nolan before he was cast, like a 3-hour conversation. And the anecdote that I don't remember the source, so I don't know how trustworthy this is. So, but I heard that he, as the interview was like going on, he felt like his blood sugar was dropping, Robert Pattinson. And so like towards the very end, he had like asked Nolan if he had kind of mentioned that, and asked Nolan for like a candy bar that was on his desk. And Nolan was like, oh yeah, you know, here you go. And then just kind of like ended the meeting. And like he hadn't mentioned anything about the film. And so Robert Pattinson was like recalling like talking to his agent afterwards and then being like, how'd it go? And he's like, yeah, it was good. And he's a really nice guy. And we had good conversation. He's like, but he didn't mention the film at all. So I don't know. I don't know that I got it, but apparently that was good enough for Nolan. I just thought that was a really funny anecdote. He thought he had like ruined his chance at the movie by asking for his candy bar. But yeah, he's, and I guess too, like Pattinson in this movie feels like it feels like a lot of Nolan movies have like a Nolan stand-in, like DiCaprio is kind of the Nolan stand-in in Inception. He kind of like looks and dresses like him And that's kind of how Robert Pattinson
Yeah.
feels in this one too.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. Elizabeth Debicki is pretty good. That's how I feel about most of the acting in this movie. It's all pretty good. Positive, but not like fantastic. I don't look at anyone in this movie and be like, man, they really knocked it out of the park. It's all like, yeah, really good. It's like, it's somewhere between serviceable and it's like, it's better than serviceable. It's like, it's good. But it's not like, knock your socks off acting, I don't think, happening in this movie. For me, I've heard other people express a different opinion on that, as far as like, especially JDW and Robert Pattinson goes. Really love their performances. And I think they're good. But
yeah.
But yeah.
I thought she did a good job as well.
Yeah.
And it's such a like tricky role too, because I mean, she's not only abused, but then it's also like she's going back, like she's having to act like a part of the character we hadn't seen, right? So I don't know. It just, I could see how it could be a very complicated thing for an actor to say, okay, how would she be acting?
I'm acting backwards.
There's actually a funny quote that she had in one of the behind the scenes things about I think actually it was when Kenneth Branagh was talking about playing Satyr and then talking backwards with a Russian accent. And that was something she said is like, there's kind of a joke. I thought, how good you've been doing your homework? Can you speak backwards in a Russian accent?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, she was really good. There's some interesting things she has to do as far as acting goes that I think she pulls off pretty well. Like again, pretty good. Branagh is like full ham in this one, which is funny because he had this like air of nobility in Dunkirk, and in this movie it's like totally inversed. It's like he's like this despicable guy that like really like he makes it. I think Nolan had said this in an interview, like or in the making of or whatever. He's like, he really makes it hard for you to sympathize with that character. And like, you really do. Like, I don't sympathize with Satyr at all, which is odd because usually like Nolan's like protagonist and antagonists kind of like, even, I mean, you think about, I mean, Bane kind of has a little bit of sympatheticness to him built into his character. You know, it's, I don't know. I just feel like his characters are normally more dynamic with that than that. But with this being like a spy movie that's like Bond-esque, he's straight up a Bond villain, like over the top, like pure evil villain.
But a good thing to me is that it doesn't feel like kind of the cookie cutter evil for evil's sake villain. Like he just portrays like this violent, angry, greedy man that's if I can't have the world, then no one can. Like that's a horrible, opinion to have, obviously, but it's such a understandable opinion for a violent, horrible person to have. Like, it's not just, I don't know, maybe I'm splitting hairs, but it's not just I'm going to destroy the whole world because I have the capability to. It's I'm going to destroy the whole world because I'm not going to be here anymore. And that's just, it's despicable, but it's despicable. You can't sympathize with it because it's awful.
Right.
But it's somehow like believable.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I haven't really thought about it in those terms before, but I guess I get that. I guess in my mind, I was thinking of it more of like over the top Bond villain where like it's just this evil dude that's like that wants to like destroy everything, and you just kind of go with it because it's
there has to be
yeah,
somebody.
it doesn't have to be Thanos where like there's this like logical justification for what he's doing. It's just like, no, this guy's bad, we've got to stop him. And it's like, okay, let's stop the bad guy. And sometimes I think like, yeah, that's cool. Like it's cool to have like a very easily distinguishable bad guy that you don't have to sympathize with. But yeah,
and he does play that role really well.
For sure
as well.
Other acting, you have Dimple Kapadia playing Priya. I thought she was good again. One of the things she said was that she loved, apparently for her audition, Nolan was like operating the camera for her audition. She was like, I love that. I was like, oh, that's cool.
I cannot imagine that, huh?
I thought she was good. I thought Himesh Patel was good in his like very small role. We already talked about a little Aaron Taylor Johnson jumping in and saying temporal pincer movement. You're like, okay, guy. Good. Michael Caine, of course, you have to have the Michael Caine appearance in the Nolan movie.
Yes.
I love.
He is.
Go ahead.
Well, I can say he is retired. He is retired now, right? Isn't that official?
I don't know. Maybe so. I want to say.
I saw something
now that you say that, I think I do
movie.
remember something about that. But yeah. I loved in the special features. JDW had said he was like acting across from Michael Caine, and he's like super nervous, and like he was like, I guess he like really likes Michael Caine as an actor because he was like nerding out. And he said, I was really nervous and I was trying to like I was like concentrating really hard on my acting. He said, but at some point I just the quote I put was, he said, I'm just gonna watch for a minute. So basically like just saying like, okay, I'm going to sit right here across from Michael Caine and watch him act for a minute. Cause he just, I thought that was really, I thought it was like a sweet little like thought that he had shared.
Yeah.
But yeah, everyone else is kind of like very side character. Like, you know, we mentioned Clemence Posey as Barbara, the kind of Q stand-in. You have Martin Donovan playing, apparently his character had a name, Faye. He's kind of the guy that like he wakes up in the boat after supposedly having taken cyanide. He's the guy that like sets him on. He's the one that first tells him Tenet and gives him the motion. But yeah, Martin Donovan was also in Insomnia, so a little callback there. I thought the little, I mean, the sidekick, the Russian sidekick guy, he was fine. You know, he was really good at falling into that hole there in the cat. But yeah, you know, like I said, overall, good acting, not phenomenal in my opinion, personally. Yeah, I guess like let's touch on, we've already hit a few of these like kind of technical or thematic points that I wanted to talk about. We've talked about experiencing it and our kind of like my struggle with that. Other critiques, we've touched on character development. I did want to say, like, in the movie like this, is it important that there's character development or not? Like, what do you think? Because I don't think there is a lot of character development, but at the same time, I like kind of question, like, should there be? Like, does there need to be? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't feel like, I don't know. I mean, we all typically, you want an arc, or there's lots of focus on, you know, the character having a need, and either, you know, what's their need, what's their desire, you know, and I think I've heard some people say that as well. Like he didn't have it. There wasn't as strong of like an emotional core, or again, not to beat a dead horse and compare it to Inception, but you have a very clear motivation for your main character. He's not with his kids.
Yeah.
He misses his kids. He's
And
torn away from.
Yeah. And his wife is
and
dead and tormenting him in his dreams.
Right. And so there's like all this emotional core for the main character.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It didn't feel like it wasn't there because he was not an interesting character. It felt like it was not there because that wasn't the story being told. And the story, I don't know. I think for me, the thing that just like because there's always Nolan has very good like wrap ups, the final sting, and you realize what the hats are there or something. You saw that in the beginning. It's very subtle sometimes, but then it's also in your face. And I think for me, the whole thing that wrapped up really well was Neil being in the end, and that's unfortunately like right at the end of the movie. And so it's not, you don't get the deep character connection. You don't get to see the relationship. It's the start of their relationship.
Yeah.
And so that didn't really bother me. I felt like he portrayed an agent doing what he needed to do to save the world. And I didn't really need it to be a perfect character arc. I mean, he's great at the beginning. He's great at the end.
Yeah.
The thing he needed was this complicated pincer maneuver, and he used that in the movie. Algorithm, I don't know.
Which is a weird.
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand what the algorithm exactly is. Like, I don't know what it is exactly or what exactly it does, for one thing, but I also don't understand why it looks the way it does. Like,
that,
just these weird pieces.
The first part I feel like I know. Yeah. The first part I feel like I know. The second part I don't.
Yeah.
And this is interesting as well. You probably
just be USB drives. Like, why is it this weird like chunks of metal?
Yeah. The explicit call out to Oppenheimer that occurs in Tenet.
Oh yeah.
Which So
Manhattan Project.
Mm-hmm.
There's a theory that Barbara is the one that made the algorithm and the turnstile stuff.
I have heard that.
Yeah.
I think that's a good. I think that's good. There's all kinds of. Yeah.
There's another one I want to talk about. We'll get to it.
Okay. Well, I'll wait for bringing that up then.
Yeah.
So my implication of what the algorithm does, which again I don't know why the boxes look that way either, but it basically sends. It's like a bomb that blows up the past.
Yeah.
Like it sends radiation backwards in time that will kill us today.
Okay.
To save the future.
Right.
And that's something that was brought up that Neil talks about is the grandfather paradox.
Right.
And basically Neil, I do like Neil's character because Neil is like, what's happened has happened.
Yeah.
What's happened has happened.
Uh-huh.
The all that matters is the people in the future think that they can kill us and survive, so they're going to kill us, so we got to stop them.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of another way the movie is like guiding you through the thought process of like, but what happens if you kill your grandfather? Wouldn't it kill you? Don't think about it. They think they can. We got to stop them.
Yeah.
So that's what the algorithm does. It kills us.
Yeah.
Through some means, either nuclear or otherwise. I think it's just basically radiation.
Yeah.
I think the movie says that at some point. But
just fair. Again, this is another like just problem I have is like the writing isn't always great. Like usually it's in his movies, like with the exposition, you get very clear. Like are the concepts complicated sometimes? Like yes, but like it's explained clear enough where you're like, okay, I've got it. I'm on board. Let's move. That happens. I feel like that's very much the case in Inception. It's very much the case in Interstellar. You're like, yes, complicated scientific thing, yes, but the general concept of it was exposited clearly enough where we can move into the action now. And in this movie, I feel like
Yeah.
it's never clearly explained where I felt like I could now be like, okay, confusing, yes, but I've got it. Let's jump into the action. It was always like, whoa,
Yeah.
wait. And then you're in the action set piece and you're like, wait, it's like disorienting. I just feel like that's a
Hmm.
problem in the writing. Um, and maybe just the nature of taking on this such a complicated concept.
Yeah.
That,
No, I
you know,
agree. And
the writing
I
also
mean,
other places isn't great. Like it's going to destroy like, the whole world if we don't stop it. And, and, uh, what's her name? Debicki's character's name is Kat. She says, including my son. Like, yes, lady. Like the whole
yeah,
world, including your son.
that felt that
uh,
because I rewatched it in preparation for this again,
right.
and as well as like montages of certain things that were important, and that did stick out to me. Like that was like such a hammering in what's important about this character. What is this character's motivation? What is this character's driving need? Her son being safe. Even my son, like,
Like, no, lady, the
yeah,
whole
I
world's going
felt,
to explode and your son's going to be still alive. It's like, what do you want me to say?
yeah, I didn't understand that.
Yeah. But I don't know. I don't know. Like at some point, I'm just like nitpicking the heck out of this movie, and I don't want to just do that the whole episode.
No,
So,
yeah, I can do that too.
I
So
mean,
let's check each other.
it is like, so like there is the question of like, does this movie actually have like thematic heft? And for me, the answer is yes and no. Um,
Mm,
because I think it's all there. But I think you have to do a lot of like work after the movie to get there. Whereas I think a lot of Nolan's other movies, like you can get there while you're watching the movie. Um, and I think that's the main issue with this one for me is like,
mm,
I can get there. I can wrap my head around eventually these thematic concepts that he's working with. But like, and Nolan does enjoy like the lingering effects of a movie and thinking about a movie. Like I get that, but like with Inception, with Interstellar, with The Prestige, like there's stuff you want to talk about and think through afterwards, but like the general thematic heft of the movie is like felt and seen and experienced while you're watching it. And with this one, it feels
yeah,
like even with the the final like moment with protagonist and Neil, it's like you kind of have to think about it for a while afterwards to kind of find the thematic heft of what that really means. And I don't know, it like that's why I say like yes, it's there, but also like no, it's not there. You have to do extra work afterwards to find it. Um,
yeah,
and maybe that's just a personal thing. Maybe it's because I was so like um, lost in the minutia of the plot mechanics that like more so than his other movies that like I couldn't quite um, get there thematically. But I don't know. What was there a big thematic theme that stood out to you, like as a takeaway, as something that like you really took away from this film?
yeah. I think. I mean, I don't know if this is a good way of saying it. I haven't thought about this. This is just kind of straight off the top of my head, but I think kind of this is going to sound really lame, but it's like it'll all work out, or like it's like
Yeah,
the end, the future will take care of itself. Like
sure.
you can only really focus on your next decision,
Mm-hmm.
or maybe also, maybe a better way of saying that is like what Neil said several times: what's happened.
Yeah.
You know, move on, make your next decision, and
Yeah.
you know, don't get caught up in the paradoxical things that
Yeah.
occur. Just focus on your next decision. I don't know. That doesn't feel like a clean
No, yeah.
answer, because
I agree. I agree.
yeah.
It's almost like the optimistic version of the Irishman. It is what it is. I don't know if you remember that line from that movie, if you've seen it, but
No, actually, I have not seen that.
okay. Well, there's like a line where like, one character says to another, "It is what it is," but it's like a very like a bad thing in that whole movie. And in this movie, it feels like a similar line, like what's happened. But it's like optimistic in this movie. And it is, I think it is exploring it, that idea and the whole grandfather paradox thing, which I can totally wrap my mind around. It's this idea of like, well, if they kill us, then they exist. And if they do kill us, then how could they exist to kill us? It's like that whole thing. That whole like, yeah, it's confusing because we don't really know how time could work in that way. And fun to think about, but all of these I think are tools to explore that idea of fate versus free will. And it does seem to be, I don't know, I think there are instances of exploring that where this feels kind of like, I don't know if a response to, or maybe like just a different perspective than Inception. Because in Inception, I feel like it deals with this idea a little bit more from a subjective point of view. Like, your life is what you make it, what you decide it's going to be. Just exploring that idea within the dream space and that sort of thing. But in this movie, there really isn't parallel realities. Like there's one reality, and it doesn't matter if you're moving backwards or forwards through it. Like they don't change anything. Like even when you get to scenes where they're going backwards through the scene, they don't change anything. It happens exactly like it did when it was going forwards. You learn different things because you're getting a different perspective. But the same things happen. They don't change anything when they go back through time because it's already happened. What's happened.
Yeah. It's kind of like it's kind of like the don't go through the turnstile if you don't see yourself exit.
Yeah.
Concept. Like if you don't go through, you can't exit, but if you don't exit, you didn't go through. I don't.
But it's exploring that idea of fate versus free will. And whereas like in a movie like Inception, like that idea is kind of like, it's a more subjective reality. And in this movie, there's like totally an objective truth. There's an objective reality that doesn't change no matter what you do to it. It is what it is. What's happened. It's interesting because it's interesting to just explore those ideas of, okay, so what does that mean for like fate or predetermination, or what does that mean for free will? Do we actually have free will? It's like, in the context of this movie, it's kind of like they don't really answer that question, but they take action on it, which I think is very like, I don't know, it feels very real and palpable to reality. Like we might ask those questions of ourselves. Like when you dig into like our DNA or nature versus nurture, or like cause and effect and how that happens in the universe. And like, do we actually truly have free will, or is everything just determined by nature or by God or whatever thing you want to put that's doing the determining? It doesn't really matter to explore that idea. But like what what kind of comes across from this movie is like, well, maybe we don't have free will, maybe we do, but the reality is we have to take action and do something with what we've got in front of us. And I think that speaks to our lives. Like, you know, we can get maybe wrapped up in that idea of determination versus free will. Like, what sort of free will do we have? But the reality is, at the end of the day, you have to take your life and your circumstances and act within it. It doesn't really matter if it's an illusion of free will, you still have to do it. Like, and so I think that's an interesting thing to think about, that this movie kind of speaks to. But yeah, I don't know if that made any sense. It does to me. But...
No, yeah, it definitely did. I think maybe, the difference for me, how should I say this? I think with this movie, it's all the pieces are presented at the end. Like, you know what Neil did. You know Neil was the guy in the beginning. You know Neil's gonna die when he goes down to, you know, when he leaves talking to the protagonist. But it's not, that's not the focus. The focus is like what happened, and so much less about the journey of how all the pieces got to the final picture. But the final picture is the protagonist knows what he has to do next, in starting Tenet and meeting Neil. And so, yeah, I think that's
and I think we're speaking along the same lines. Like, it's almost the sense that they know they've won, but they still have to continue doing what they have to do. And like the determination to do that, even, you know, it's almost like they can't let senioritis kick in. Like, they know like the end is there, and that they know the end results, but they've got to like push through and keep going and determine within themselves whether it's an illusion of free will or not. It doesn't really matter. Like, they have to keep moving forward and doing what they're supposed to do. What's happened, because you know, it's that it all like plays into each other. And it's interesting to think about. Some other things I had written down. I mean, I think there are like some vague political themes. I mean, scientific hubris and environmental catastrophe are kind of like tossed about within the movie. Not really, more just as plot device than like actually explored, though, I would say. It's definitely maybe the idea of like, oh, in Interstellar, they didn't, no one saved them. Just, but yeah, I mean, that stuff is like there, but not really explored, I don't think. I did write down this quote from Nolan. He kind of says, in a sense, it's about the notion of belief. He says, "We are imprisoned in our own view of the passage of time. Objective reality is a leap of faith." And I guess that, you know, I should have quoted that earlier, because I think that does speak to what we've been talking about with fate and free will. It's like, at the end of the day, like, there is an objective reality in this movie that doesn't change, but they still have a leap of faith that they have to do to like live within that, to actually like live and move and make choices and do things within that objective reality. It takes like a leap of faith because of what you're doing with playing with time. Like, you know, the end results and, you know, like the past, but like in the present moment, you still have to like take a leap of faith and do the things that, you know, that you're supposed to do. But yeah.
Yeah.
Another idea that I thought was interesting was this idea of like reverse entropy. It sort of in a way being like a critique on nostalgia, and nostalgia not being like these like fond memories of the past, like, oh yeah, I remember this in the 90s, like not really that idea, but more of the idea of like the good old days, like, oh, if only we could get back to when things were like this. Maybe like a critique on that, because it is that idea of like what's happened, and like really the past contains the seeds of the present. There's not, it's that idea that like nothing changes under the sun. Like when you go back, it's just the same thing. It's not like you can get back to a better time. Things move forward. And so like, even when you reverse entropy, it doesn't change anything. It's all the same. And it contains the seeds of what we're experiencing now. And so like, it's, yeah, I guess in a sense, a critique on that idea of like that nostalgia of like, oh, if only we could get back to when things were like this. It's like, well, no, like for one, that's not how things work. Like what's happened.
Yeah.
And two, like, it's all the same. It's all the same. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if I don't know if you're specifically meaning like good old days within a person's experience, like
just that idea of
my
like
childhood.
Oh, if only we could get back to when things were like this, the world would be a better place.
Yeah.
It's that idea.
That
and it's like that sort of nostalgia stunts growth and forward movement in a way.
Yeah. Well, and then there also kind of is, I don't want to go too far down this line of thinking, but there is that kind of way of like, oh, if we could get back to this certain thing, is kind of almost mirrored in the idea of like, well, if you don't like this, then leave maybe, or I don't want to get too far into the political idea of that, but it's like, I've always kind of disliked the good old day mindset myself, like of saying like, I don't mean my experiences. Like there are times that I'm like, oh man, I miss being a carefree, much younger person. Right. But the idea of like, oh, if we could get back to this, we romanticize things really. Right. And I think it doesn't work like that. Like it's there were times that we can see positive things, but there were lots of negative things too. And it's like, I am honestly very glad I live today, because there are things, there's so many technologies that I'm like, I cannot imagine living before like air conditioning, or I mean, that's a silly one to list, but it's like, where do we draw the line? Like, these were the good old days, but we didn't have air conditioning. It's like, what? So that's a silly example, because
but I know
lots of horrible things in history, but
for sure. I think that's a bit in there, maybe just that minor critique. I don't know, there's other things. I did want to talk about the Neil theory. I'm sure that's what you were about to reference earlier. So I really like this theory, and I think it's real. I think it's in there. Like, so it's this idea basically that Neil is Kat's son, Maximilian. And even like, I want to say in the casting list, it's spelled, let's see if I can find it right here, right on. No, it's just listed as Max. It's just listed as Max. But there's this idea that his full name is Maximilian, but instead of being spelled I-A-N, like L-I-A-N at the end, it's L-I-E-N. And so Neil is like short. It's like the backwards version of short for. Yeah. So you take those last four letters of Maximilian spelled that way, and it's Neil. And so that's one thing. And then, there's just like the idea of, I don't know. I like this theory because the movie the movie doesn't end with Neil, like the Robert Pattinson Neil, like walking away and and then that's that. The movie ends with him watching Kat walk away with Max.
Mm.
And I don't know, there's a bit of connection there, like, because he kind of has this same look of connection with Neil as he's walking away that he sort of has while he's watching Kat walk away with Max. And I almost wonder if he's made that connection and realizes like, oh, that's him. And he's like, this is, I don't know, just appreciating that in the moment of, this is like the beginning of my friendship with this guy who's Kat's son right now.
There's a few reasons I like that as well.
Yeah.
I think the first most obvious one is the movie begins. The first like 3 minutes, 4 minutes into the movie when the protagonist is saved by Neil.
Right.
And then the movie ends with the protagonist saving Neil and his mom.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other one is in the end of the movie when Neil is like leaving, but he says, "You're not going to go check on her, right? Not even from afar." Like almost hinting that he knows, like you can just infer that he then knows that he's like almost hoping he does, because if he doesn't, then they won't survive. But anyway, that's kind of another way you could read that. And I think that's a good interpretation.
Yeah. And it makes it, and this is another thing. It's like, this is way more interesting and like brings more to the movie than is actually like there when you're experiencing it. Like you really have to sit down and think through all this stuff, which is like fun to do. And I guess like, anyway, but yeah, it makes those moments there at the end way more like meaningful too, when you think about it in that light, because for one, like one thing that like, actually in both viewings I didn't quite catch but finally caught when I was like either listening to another podcast or like reading or something, but like Neil basically like sacrifices himself for the mission because he's lying there dead while they're in the cavern on the other side of the gate, the locked gate that they can't get through, where henchman guy is like getting the algorithm together to explode or whatever, and he's dead, or so it seems. I mean, but it's an inverted him, it's an inverted Neil there, and so like he's dead, but then he like comes back to life just because he's going backwards, and so like Neil knows like when he's walking off there at the end, he knows like I'm going back and I'm going to end up that guy that inverted me in there dead. And that's super meaningful. Like I don't know, it just brings a lot of meaning to think like that he walks off and he's, he has the, for me, I think this is the end of a beautiful friendship. And it's like thinking about like the idea of the protagonist, being there, a part of like this kid's life and training him and them like becoming really good friends and like figuring out this whole mission and everything and executing it. And then it culminating like at the beginning for the protagonist and at the end for Neil is like a really interesting idea. And I do want to say, like, as far as like the acting goes, like the chemistry, the friendship chemistry between JDW and Robert Pattinson as the protagonist and Neil is like really good. Really, really good. Like you really feel like they enjoy each other and are like friends and have good chemistry together. And it's weird because like they kind of have it from the get-go, but they've supposedly just met as far as our perspective. And it just like,
like even Neil knowing he likes Diet Coke.
Right.
more than soda water.
Right. And it's like this cool like thing that retroactively like makes a lot of the movie like have a little bit more warmth to it. I don't think the emotion landed in the moment for me. And like, again, like it's this thing where like, I feel like Nolan wants me to just experience it, but like really like it only makes sense to me if through an intellectual exercise after the movie. And at that point, like I'm out of the movie, like I'm not really getting emotional about it. I'm just thinking about it and thinking like, oh, it's cool, like, and sweet,
Yeah.
and like a good like thing that he explored there of this friendship. But like it doesn't emotionally impact me while I'm watching the movie, which to me like is not like necessarily a good thing. I feel like I don't know. I enjoy thinking about it afterwards, and like we are talking about it, but at the same time I'm like, but like I should be experiencing this in the movie, not like having to think so hard about it. And at that point, like the emotion is totally out of the picture. Like I'm just thinking about it intellectually at that point. But I don't know. I feel like I have like made it seem like I don't like this movie, and I do like this movie.
No, I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
I think
frustrated with it because I do like it. It's coming from it's a loving frustration.
No, yeah, I definitely understand it. I mean, I kind of nitpick the things that I really love because it's like
I wish it could be better.
They're so close to being perfect, you know. But yeah, I definitely can see what you're saying. If it takes away from the emotional experience of the movie, then it doesn't hit that. What I would say Nolan does very well in a lot of his films is like,
I agree. Yeah,
not only wrapping up the plot, but just hitting you right in an emotional, you know, scene in the end. And then,
totally agree.
I think it's a very,
yeah, for sure. Yeah. Final thoughts. I wrote down this question: what is the tenet of Tenet? Yeah. See what I did there? Yeah. You know, and Tenet just being a tenet is a profession or a just something that an idea that you believe in and live by, basically. I was kind of thinking about, just from different things I was reading, this idea of kind of what we were talking about earlier. Like there's this idea, or there's this sense that they kind of already know they've won. They already know they've accomplished what they're going to do, but they still have to do it. So what is the tenet they're living by that allows them to do that? And like, this isn't necessarily in the movie. A lot of my final thought takeaways aren't necessarily like drawing specifically from the movie, but just like me thinking about it afterwards. And just the idea of like letting love guide you in those moments. Because here's the thing. This might be one of the cheesiest final thoughts I've ever had. But the thing is, like, in those moments where you're caught in this weird spot of like, how do I keep moving forward and not just getting caught up in my mind in life? Like caught up, caught up in your mind of like, what am I going to do with this situation? What am I going to do with this relationship where you feel stuck? What am I going to do with, this job that, I'm caught up in the middle of, like, and you can get caught up in these like loops of thought that are like a merry-go-round, the working title of this movie, that build up anxiety and build up anxiety and build up anxiety because you're like stuck in this moment. And I think something that like is maybe like subconsciously in this movie is the idea of like in those moments and I guess like it can kind of draw back from Interstellar, the idea of love being a force. But in those moments where you get stuck in those like anxious loops, love is something that can like drive you forward out of it. And I think that's in this movie, but just not felt very well. Like, I think that, and I think you kind of see it in the warmth that John David Washington brings to this character, is like, he does seem to have this warmth of love and like care about him. And I think you see it even better, even in Neil, like the warmth that he has towards John David Washington. And it's basically just this idea that's rattling around in my mind that like love can push you out of those anxious loops that we can get stuck in, that they could have easily gotten stuck in this movie. But it pushes you out of it because love is active. Like, love does things. A very, I guess, vulgar way of putting it, but like love does things. Love is not like complacent, or like love isn't happy with the way things are. Love isn't neutral. Like, love is a force, kind of, again, drawing that idea from Interstellar, that pushes you forward to be active, to do things.
I think what you're looking for is love as a verb.
Sure. Yeah.
DC talk. Yeah. I was being funny, but no, you're making really good points.
Yeah. Just that idea of it being this active force that pushes you forward. And so, even when something is incomprehensible or illogical, like it can force you to like keep going, because of, love. I mean, love is applied in very many different ways, whether it be something that's religious and spiritual for you, or whether it's the love of the people in your life, whether it's the love even of yourself to accomplish something that you feel made to do. All those different ways that like love applies to our lives can like push you forward out of those anxious loops. And so, I don't know. It's kind of like Neil could so easily get stuck there at the end of the movie in this like anxious loop of like, we've done this, but now I know I still have so much more to do. I still have so much more to do. I still have so much more ahead of me in my journey in this thing. And get stuck in an anxious loop. But he's like, no, this is the end of a beautiful friendship. I know what I've got to do. I'm going back in. And it's his love of the protagonist, I think, that pushes him to keep moving forward in that plot, in that scheme that they have to accomplish what they're accomplishing.
Yeah.
And so, that's kind of my takeaway. Let love be a force in your life. Think on the things that you love and the people that you love when you get stuck in those anxious loops, to help push you forward, to take action, to move forward, in your life. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think a really good example of that too, in like very early in the film, when the charges are set in the opera.
Yeah.
And one of the CIA guys even says, it's not our mission. And he says, well, it's mine now.
Yeah.
It's he's, or no. The CIA guy almost says, it's not our mission. And then like something like, it's just the cheap seats.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's almost more, I'm not advocating, that it would be okay if it was the rich seats, but it's like, that's almost like more of an incentive. Like that, like why is that in the calculation? There's more people in the blast radius. Anyway. And he takes that on and says, well, it's my mission now. And I mean, he does that. My confusion, this is a confusion point for me, and maybe I'm just misremembering, but when he goes to the Freeport, the painting is not there, or do they fail to get it?
Yeah, that's another confusing thing.
Seems like he it seems like he leaves Kat
They don't
out.
get the painting, I think.
Right.
I think
But
Sator had taken it out.
Sator already has it.
But yeah.
So it's not the protagonist's fault.
But
he doesn't do anything wrong
in the movie.
Yeah.
He
doesn't do anything wrong.
Yeah.
But Sator just had a time I almost said time heist, temporal pincer maneuver ready to take the painting out.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Another very confusing aspect of the movie for me is like, what is going on with this painting? How does this blackmail work? Why doesn't she just be like, screw it, I'm leaving this evil dude? But anyways.
Yeah. Well, I think in terms of like why she doesn't leave, I think it's
like her son.
That's clear to me.
It's clear, but it's also like, I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's just the power dynamic too of, I mean, not only is he obscenely rich, he's got time at his disposal as well to do whatever he wants. And so it's like, even if she would successfully blackmail him, that wouldn't work because he would find a way around it,
fix it in reverse.
Yeah. But, I think that just shows his control and his obsession with it's thematically relevant too, because it's how he is viewing the world. Like, if I can't have you, no one can. He says that to her about her, because she even says, why don't you let me go? But then he says that about the world too. Like, that's just his sick mindset about he controls everything in his vicinity, and he's the protagonist, in his own story. So
Yeah. And I guess like the whole love pushing you forward can apply to Kat too, in a way, like her love for her son, keeping her moving forward. It's not felt there very well, and I don't think it's written very well.
It's also very, very short amount of time with her son too.
Yeah. I mean, you never really see him. You see him in the distance, but I think there's one shot where like she says something to him like for a second closer up, and he walks away with somebody. But he's not really a character. Or is he? He's Neil.
Or is he?
He's Neil the whole time.
We get tons of time with her. What am I saying? There's so many scenes with her son.
Yeah. I guess that is one thing that could destroy the whole Neil theory. Well, maybe not. Maybe he doesn't want to reveal to her that he's her son, because that would be too, just the same way he doesn't really reveal to JDW that he's his friend, I guess.
Right.
Mess with time and stuff. But that is maybe one thing that could destroy the Max is Neil theory, is like there doesn't seem to be any sort of indication with how he interacts with Debicki that he would be her son.
Well, I seem to remember like him taking care of her when they bring her in with the inverted round. There's a few things.
Yeah.
There's a few things.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
It doesn't scream taking care of mom, but if he's trying to remain secretive. Yeah,
I'll go with that because I still like the Nihilist Max theory. So I'll go with that explanation.
Yeah, I think it's a good theory.
Where does this movie lie for you as far as a Nolan film amongst his filmography?
Honestly, okay. So just to be clear, I've not seen Insomnia, Memento, or Following. So I've not seen his first three, but I've seen everything else.
Yeah. You definitely should see Memento.
Yeah, I watched you talk about, I think it was in maybe like Dark Knight, you talked about really liking it. And I want to see it. I want to see all of them. But for me, I feel like I think I would put it above maybe Dark Knight Rises. I don't know. It's lower for me, honestly.
Yeah.
But that is not saying anything about Tenet. That is just how much I love the rest of his movies.
Yeah. No, I get that.
So I think I would put it right above Dark Knight Rises.
Cool.
And then
So like Dark Knight Rises
Batman
is
Begins.
last. And then
yeah, that sounds really bad, but that's
no,
just
no, that's fair.
That's where it falls for me.
Following is last for me, but Dark Knight Rises is second to last. So
okay.
But
I like that's also a great movie.
I like Following too.
Yeah.
I don't have any of his movies rated on Letterboxd less than 3.5 stars. So Tenet,
I was gonna say Tenet
is 3.5 stars for me.
Okay.
And I struggle with. I have it right now. I have it above Following, Dark Knight Rises, and Insomnia, but I feel like I could easily move it down to the bottom, or it could float around. It's just I feel like maybe freshest on my mind is why maybe I put it up there above Insomnia and Dark Knight Rises. But I feel like Insomnia feels like the least Nolan movie of all of his movies, but it's still a really good movie. And so like I feel like if I was gonna, it might be like tied right there with Insomnia. Reason being because I think Insomnia explores its themes a whole lot better than Tenet does its themes, but also like Tenet is such like an incredible spectacle that I'm like, I still really enjoy watching it. So it's like, I don't know, maybe there's a tie there, stalemate between Tenet and Insomnia. But yeah, it's definitely a low, like last tier Nolan movie for me. Like Batman Begins, Dark Knight Rises, Memento, Inception, Prestige, Dunkirk, Interstellar. I like all of those a lot more than Tenet. But
yeah,
that's kind of where it lies in my meaningless, arbitrary rating and ranking.
of a lot of good movies.
Yeah. But yeah, I will say next week. So I have not actually seen Oppenheimer yet.
Okay.
And so for the podcast, I'm going to be skipping Oppenheimer for now, going straight to the epilogue, hopefully coming back around to Oppenheimer in the future. But yeah, next week we're going to be doing, I like to do a bit of an epilogue to my series, and just kind of talk about some, some takeaways that I've had from going through of all of the director's films. I really enjoyed doing it for Wes Anderson for that series. And so, yeah, it'll be a solo episode and a little shorter, a lot shorter than most of the episodes. And so, I'll just kind of be sharing my thoughts and my takeaways overall from the series next week for the Christopher Nolan epilogue. And then I have some other things planned for the future just to be looking forward. I'm planning on doing maybe a solo episode talking about the Wes Anderson shorts that came out since I did that Wes Anderson series, kind of add those to it, talking about all those shorts, which I really liked all of them. And then we'll see. I have some other ideas that I'm working on trying to get done before a holiday Christmas break for the podcast. But yeah. Who knows? Maybe next week I'll be able to announce what director I'll be covering in the new year. Hopefully I'll have that nailed down by then.
Okay.
But yeah, cool. We're going to take a quick break and come back with a little bit of movie news and a really fun movie draft. So we will see you in just a minute. Hey everyone, thank you for joining us on the Establishing Shot today. We hope you're enjoying the episode so far, and we hope you'll stick around for the segments we have coming up after this quick break. But during this break, I wanted to tell you how you can get more involved with the Establishing Shot podcast. There are several ways you can do this. The main way you can do it is by going to establishingshotpod.com, our website where you can find all sorts of information like episodes with the show notes on there, information about our guests for each episode. You can find reviews there, and there's a page where you can actually leave a review on the website if you want to. You can see all the platforms where the podcast is available, like Apple, Spotify, all the major podcast platforms, and even a link to our YouTube page where you can see a video version of the podcast. So please go to the website. And the place I want to highlight there is our donate page, which has information about our Establishing Shot family. This is a way that you can subscribe to the podcast to support all the efforts and the stuff that goes into making this podcast good and making it better than it even is now. We have different tiers that you can subscribe to, starting at $5. And what this will do is you'll be able to support the podcast, help me make it better, and also at the same time, you'll get early and ad-free episodes. You'll get access to our Discord server where you can join in and just kind of talking about movies with a community that loves film. And so we would love to have you in there. And then the higher up in the tiers you go, the more you get. Even things like chats and video chats that we'll do every once in a while where we get to talk about in more detail stuff that we're talking about on the podcast. So I hope you'll subscribe to that. Choose a tier that fits your budget, and I would love for you to support the podcast in that way. And the last thing I wanted to talk about is where you can find us on social media. You can find me personally on Twitter at @TheEliPrice, and you can also follow me on Letterboxd. Letterboxd is kind of like a social media for movie reviews, so you can read my reviews there, and you can find me there at just Eli Price, no spaces or anything. So I'm on Twitter and Letterboxd. You can find the podcast on all the social platforms as well, such as Twitter at eShotPod, and then on Facebook and Instagram and TikTok at Establishing Shot Pod. So make sure to follow us so you don't miss anything. If you have any questions or comments about the episode or about the podcast, you can always email us at establishingshotpod@gmail.com. And the very last thing I want to do before you get back into the episode today is just ask you to please go to Spotify and Apple and leave some ratings and reviews. That really helps the visibility of the podcast and gets it in more people's podcast feeds. And so we hope you will do that for us, and we would greatly appreciate it. So I hope you enjoy the rest of the episode, and I will see you next time on the Establishing Shot podcast. Hey everyone, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed our conversation on Tenet, Christopher Nolan's palindromic movie. If you're coming from the other way in the podcast, I hope you enjoyed the movie draft and the movie news. I don't know which way you're coming through the podcast, but either way, hope you enjoyed what you've listened to so far. I just wanted to run through for our movie news section, just some like recent and upcoming releases. By the time this episode releases, the Marvels will have been out for a week. I have literally no excitement about the Marvels. I don't know if you feel the same way, but
I'm interested to see how they bridge. Is this, I might be wrong, is this the first? No, I guess WandaVision was the first like TV series that went back into movies. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but they're bridging Miss Marvel into the MCU now. And
I haven't seen that.
I can't think of the name. I don't know her superhero name. She gets powers at the end of WandaVision. She has like light powers, and or she can change.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
She's also going to be first time in the MCU.
Okay.
So I am interested to see how that goes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I'm not like super hyped for it.
Right.
I'm kind of cautiously excited, I guess.
Okay. Yeah. I'll probably watch it because like I'm stuck in the Marvel trap that everyone else is, and which is like you have to keep watching our movies now that you've watched so many of them. And so,
Yeah.
but I honestly like probably won't get around to seeing this in theaters. If I had more time to go to theaters, I probably would. I just don't.
Yeah,
So
that's fair.
I'll probably end up streaming it at home. Yeah, the one on November 10th release that I'm actually excited for is The Holdovers, with Paul Giamatti, directed by Alexander Payne, who has some really good movies. Nebraska is one I remember really enjoying, from 2013. But he also he directed Downsizing, which didn't have that great reviews. But also Election, the movie Election with Reese Witherspoon, Matthew Broderick from 1999. I've never seen it, but it's apparently a good movie. So, I don't know. I'm excited. It's a fun concept. The Holdovers. Do you know anything about it?
Yeah. I've seen the trailers. I don't know
the teacher and the kids that stay back during Christmas break, sort of thing. I don't know. Maybe it'll make for a good holiday movie. Yeah, that's the one I'm excited about that weekend. The next weekend is the Hunger Games: Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. I've only ever seen the first Hunger Games movie, so I don't know. Have you seen all of them?
Well, so I think I'd only seen the Hunger Games before this, but over the summer, like Hunter's cousins were in town, and so we did like a couple of movie marathons, and one of them was the Hunger Games, and so I saw all the Hunger Game movies. And I mean, I like the Hunger Games. I don't know if I'm gonna like this.
Yeah,
it seems kind of toss up for me.
Yeah. So you're more excited about Trolls Band Together?
Oh yeah, yeah. That's where I'm throwing down for that. We're going to see that in the concert movie version as well.
I've seen the preview for that movie way more times than I want to see it, and one would be more times than I want to see it. So, Next Goal Wins is also that weekend, which Taika Waititi. I like a good Taika Waititi comedy. So
yeah,
I don't know if this. I guess it'll be in theaters. I don't know. Movies like this, I always wonder, like, is it going to make it to theaters where I am? I don't know.
What's one?
The Next Goal Wins, the Taika Waititi movie.
Oh, okay.
It's just kind of like maybe it'll end up actually showing here, maybe it won't. It's just that sort of movie.
We're pretty fortunate here with like a couple of independent theaters.
Yeah.
So they play off the wall stuff,
right?
And then we still have access to like AMC, so we have all the big stuff too. So
yep. Just have the Grand Theater here in Lafayette. Two of them. They're fine.
The Celebrity shut down.
Yes, it did.
And Broussard.
Yep. Which it had even less theaters than the Lafayette one, so it wasn't like it was showing things that the Lafayette ones weren't. But yeah, November 22nd, Napoleon. I actually am excited for that because for one, it's Ridley Scott. Like, does Ridley Scott make bad movies? Not usually. Usually makes good movies, and then on top of that, you have Joaquin Phoenix. Vanessa Kirby.
I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm excited. I don't know what to expect. I saw Killers of the Flower Moon, and I used the Napoleon trailer as the opportunity to go to the bathroom so that I could watch a 3.5 hour movie and not have anything spoiled by watching the trailer.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, I've not seen the trailer for Napoleon and don't plan to. I don't like watching trailers.
So, I think I knew you avoided trailers from something we saw together
Yeah.
a while ago. And I like pretty recently have started, I don't actively avoid them. Like I won't get up and leave necessarily.
I only do for movies
I really don't like them.
really am looking forward to. So like,
yeah, Hunter avoids. Yeah. But I have growing frustration with the amount of stuff that's revealed in movies.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
The trailers.
Yeah, my brother-in-law Chase will just like not come into the theater until the previews are done. Like he'll just stand up. So I'm like, all right, I'm all for it. Wish is also that weekend, the new Disney movie, which I like Disney movies, so it's a fun enough concept. The other one that weekend is Dream Scenario. Have you heard of this movie?
No, I don't think so.
I don't know a whole lot about it. The little thing says a hapless family man finds his life turned upside down when millions of strangers suddenly start seeing him in their dreams. When his nighttime appearances take a nightmarish turn, Paul is forced to navigate his newfound stardom. And this character is none other than Nicolas Cage. And that's really the reason that I'm excited.
That's
even
great.
Though the concept sounds really interesting in and of itself.
My interest is piqued now.
Right, but as soon as I say the words Nicolas and Cage put together. Yeah. This director did have a 2022 movie, Sick of Myself, which I never saw, but did hear pretty decent things about. But yeah, Dream Scenario. Maybe it will be fun. And then December 1st, Silent Night, the new John Woo.
Okay, so is this related to the Violent Night from?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, violent Christmas movies seem niche, but coincidentally, did you see that one? Did you see Violent Night? Okay, well. It was pretty good action, and it was a pretty interesting take on Santa, I have to say. I went in expecting just Christmas puns and you've been naughty, but it was pretty funny. It was funny, pretty good action, and interesting take on like I don't want to give too much away, but just a different take on Santa, I guess.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know.
But I like Joel Kinnaman, so I'm excited for this.
I don't know. John Woo is always fun. So I feel like it's a movie that I'll probably try to see, but not like expecting like this phenomenal cinematic experience, but just like a good time. I mean, when you make a movie like Face Off, it's like, I don't know. But yeah, I think Joel Kinnaman for me is the draw though. That's fair. More so because I really liked him in The Killing, and then he was incredible in For All Mankind. These are TV shows. Okay. Just switching gears on that. But yeah, For All Mankind, he's a really good character as well. Yeah. That's what kind of got me on a Joel Kinnaman kick. Yeah, sweet. Yeah, I don't know any of those, so it'll be probably fresh for me if I see this one. But yeah, I didn't have this on the list, but there is a couple of like big ones coming out December 8th too. Poor Things has a lot of buzz, and also probably one of my most anticipated movies of the year. So excited that it's getting US distribution, and I'm going to try my hardest to see it in theaters, is The Boy and the Heron. So excited. The new Miyazaki movie, December 8th. Yes. It's supposed to get a release here in the US. Super excited. I saw some things about the voice cast decisions that got me excited as well. I haven't seen I haven't seen anything really about the voice cast. I'm assuming they did like an English dub. Okay, cool. But yeah, I'm excited about that either way. I prefer subs, but same. But yeah, if it's released in theaters and it's the dub version, I'll probably go see it because I love Miyazaki. Yeah. one of my favorites. But yeah, that's really it. I just kind of wanted to run through a bunch of things because we really haven't had a lot of good movies to talk about in the movie news section, and I'm kind of wrapping up this series. Like, I probably won't do movie news next week for the epilogue, and so I just wanted to run through a bunch of them. Hear which ones you were excited about too. But yeah, we can jump into the movie draft now. Are you ready?
Alrighty.
I haven't mentioned what we're doing. We're doing a spy movie draft to go along with our Tenet discussion. I didn't tell you the rule I usually do. So if you were planning on taking Tenet in the draft, that's fine. If that was on your list, because I didn't tell you ahead of time that we usually don't.
Okay.
But if you were planning on it, then I'm totally cool with that. No worries. I'm not going to ruin your draft by taking it away. Yeah, we're going to draft spy movies. And so Andrew has informed me that he might have some stretches, so maybe we'll get into some discussion on that. We'll see.
Eli reserves dealer's choice host permission to say that's not a spy movie. Move on.
No,
I won't argue too hard.
If you have a halfway decent argument for why it is, then I'll probably allow it. But my first time guests always go first. And so you get the first pick in the spy movie draft. What are you going with? Are you going to start with a stretch or are you going?
Oh, no.
Okay.
If I get first pick, I got my first pick locked in.
Yes, let's go.
I'm going to go with Mission Impossible Fallout.
Okay. The best Mission Impossible movie, for sure.
I had Dead Reckoning on... Oh, I shouldn't have said that. That was my second choice, but I'm not going to do two Mission Impossibles.
Fallout's the best Mission Impossible movie for sure.
It's so good.
Okay, it's a great movie. I don't even think we have to expound upon that. It's a great movie. I will say, okay, I know what I'm gonna do. You got your Mission Impossible movie, Mission Impossible Fallout.
Okay.
I'm going to go with my favorite Bond movie, and I'm going to go ahead and pick Skyfall. It's the best Bond movie to me. I think it's great. Great villain, great character development, just all around great. Great action.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good pick.
Yeah. Okay, where are you gonna go with your second pick?
So my second pick, I'm glad I got this. I got the two top picks, I think. Although I don't know. I was conflicted about this when I asked Hunter what she thought. Black Klansman.
Okay. Yeah. I did not have that on my list, but you're saying it, and I'm like, yep, he's a spy. He's totally a spy.
He's a spy, and also it's John David Washington.
Yeah.
I mean,
you've got the perfect.
We gotta respect that. Yeah. Okay.
And now that you're saying that, I'm remembering another movie that I didn't throw in this list that I meant to. That I'm not gonna pick right now, but I might pick it later. We'll see. I'm adding it in just so I don't forget. But it's a similar movie that you might not think of at first as being a spy movie, but is. Okay, let's see. So there's movies. There's a couple movies that I really love that I think I'm going to stay away from, not because they're not spy movies, because they totally are. Totally are spy movies, but I've also they've been picked in drafts already before, which doesn't deter you. If you pick one of these, great, and I'll be happy that you picked them because I do love them. But I've personally picked these movies in the past, so gonna get some variety in here, and maybe that'll hurt me, but I don't care. Getting some recommendations out there. I'm gonna go with The Conversation. Francis Ford Coppola's movie starring Gene Hackman, John Cazale. Have you ever seen The Conversation?
I have not.
It's a really, really good movie. Like, just like incredibly crafted, very like anxiety driving sort of movie. But yeah, it's a great movie, and Gene Hackman is so good in it. Yeah, definitely highly recommend The Conversation, of course, because I'm taking it here with my second pick.
Okay.
Yeah, Conversation. Where are you going to go with your third pick?
So I am going to go. This is marginally questionable. I don't know. I mean, if Black Klansman fit, I feel like this definitely does. Born Supremacy.
Okay, yeah. I mean, all of those. I think all the Bourne movies count. He is a spy.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Though the thing is, he is a former. He's a former spy.
Yeah,
disavowed.
Okay, Supremacy is the second one, right?
Yes.
The second one? Yeah. Bourne Supremacy. So is that your favorite Bourne movie, I'm assuming?
I think so. It has been a bit since I've seen all of them in order.
Yeah, but they were movies for me.
Yeah, they were movies that my dad and I actually liked. We actually watched Bourne pretty. I didn't grow up watching James Bond. It wasn't something my parents were super into, and I never watched James Bond until I was a little older. But my dad liked Jason Bourne, so I saw Jason Bourne.
Nice. Yeah, it's a very dad movie for sure.
Yeah,
like my dad loves the Bourne movies too.
I know. I can picture the VHS 3-pack of the movies.
In fact, I'm pretty sure I got my dad like the DVD pack of it one time for like a Christmas or Father's Day or something of the Bourne movies. Okay, yeah. Bourne. Yeah, it's been so long since I've seen those is my thing. Okay. I'm gonna go with man, it's so hard. Okay. I'm gonna go with one that I actually just caught up with, because usually I use these drafts as an excuse to catch up with a movie that I've wanted to see for a while. I'm gonna go ahead and go with the popularly called a Bond movie before there were Bond movies, North by Northwest. Alfred Hitchcock's North by Northwest. It was really, really good. Really, really enjoyable movie. Kind of like it's definitely more in the vein of like an experience. Like there's not really a whole lot intellectually going on. It's just a really, really fun, thrilling experience. But yeah, have you seen it?
So I'm smiling and nodding because I wanted to say I have not seen it, but I think it says a lot about a film if maybe this is over exaggerating, but I can see the plane scene from it. Like I've seen that so many times in like either clips and stuff, and it's kind of like just a pervasive image that has made its way, even though I haven't seen the movie. I know that's from that movie, and
it's a really fun movie. The ending threw me off because it was very abrupt. I was like, whoa, that was the end. But and then like I was reading another person's review that I follow on Letterboxd, and they like said something similar, and I was like, okay, it wasn't just me. I really enjoyed it, and I feel like you've got to get some Alfred Hitchcock into the spy movie draft. All right, where are you going? This is your fourth pick.
Yeah. So I know I said, did we say 5 or?
I think we said 6. Doing 6.
Okay, 6. Good. Okay, I was gonna say I feel like I you were going to push back on some of these, but I didn't know about, Black Klansman, but let's see about this one. I don't know. It's not, I like it a lot, and I think it fits the genre. Captain America Winter Soldier.
Okay. A spy movie, Captain America Winter Soldier. I don't know. Explain how it's a spy movie, because it's been a while since I've seen it. I do love Captain America Winter Soldier.
So it is in my contentious category, just to ease your conscience if you want to pull the trigger at any point. It fits more into the rogue category, rogue spy. It's not really like they're not working for the CIA.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, intelligence is kind of a focal point. Like they're trying to figure out where the, organization is coming from. And that's when it's revealed that SHIELD is their Hydra is part of SHIELD, right? No, I'm getting my movies mixed up, I think. Winter Soldier is when they figure out, I was thinking of New World Order or something. I was not thinking of Winter Soldier. Winter Soldier is when they find out Bucky's still alive, and he's following them around, and he and Black Widow have to go on like a spy. It's the most espionage-esque Marvel movie.
Yeah. Okay.
I would say.
I'll give it to you.
Okay.
I'll give it to you. Yeah, I've seen it like more than once, but it has been a while. So I just needed you to ease my mind about allowing it.
Yeah. Well, I guess in a way, it is the most focus we get on, other than her own movie.
Yeah. Which was
the most focus we get on Black Widow. Yeah, and it was after, I was torn on that because I wanted it to be more than it was. But anyway, it was the most focus we got before that, when she was still in the MCU officially, I guess, on her being a spy and her kind of teaching, Captain America, hey, you don't have to punch your way to everything. Just subvert, attention and stuff like that. So, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right. I think it's finally time for me to choose my Mission Impossible movie. And I'm really actually like I've got to figure out which one I want to take. Because a lot of them are there's a lot of good ones, Let me look.
Definitely.
I'm trying to find my like personal ranked list, and I don't know. So I've got to figure out if I want to go with my personal ranking or go for what the people would choose. Because either way, I'm choosing a movie that I like. I'll do this. I'll choose the movie for the people, and then say my favorites that are maybe. I think I have two that I like. I'm gonna just go with the original Mission Impossible, which is a fantastic movie. I think, and it like so many iconic shots, and I don't know, just really, really very good. I personally like Mission Impossible 3 a little bit more. And I like the emotional thread in Mission Impossible 3. And then I actually like Dead Reckoning Part 1 a little bit more than both of those. I thought it was really good. It's my second favorite behind Fallout.
I really enjoyed it.
But I'm just going to go for the draft with the original Mission Impossible. I feel like it should be in the spy movies draft. I feel like it deserves that spot. Because without the first one, we wouldn't have had any other ones. All right. This is your fifth pick.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking in my head for some reason I had two more. Yeah. Okay, so for 5.
We can go to 7 if you want.
You know what? I feel like I want to, because I got a few other ones in here that I was expecting like to not get to, or have more contention or more overpicked already. So I'm good with that. So for 5, I want to go Argo.
Okay. Argo. It's been a long time since I've seen Argo. I remember I really, really liked it when I first saw it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It's been a while. I mean, I saw it when it first came out. I saw it in theaters, and then I think I've seen it at least once since then.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a little less like spy go on a mission.
No, yeah.
Like around all the world. It was more, contained. But the fact that it's based on real things, and I'm a sucker for that. Like if it's based on a real, or it's at least loosely based on a real story, I really like that.
Yeah, no, I totally get that for sure. It's and it's from my memory, it's a really good movie. I just haven't seen it in forever, so it's hard for me to. Yeah, I mean, you got shaggy haired Ben Affleck running around. Okay. So this is my 5th pick, and okay, I've got my Bond. I've got which I didn't mention this. I like the Daniel Craig Bonds a lot, but I'm not a big Bond fan. I've watched probably like 5 or 6 of the older Bond movies, kind of different Bond eras, and they're just like none of them really do a whole lot for me, honestly. But I really like the Daniel Craig ones a whole lot. Just thought I'd throw that out there. I forgot to mention that earlier. Okay. I could go with my own kind of maybe a bit of a stretch pick. If it depends. Are we deciding right now we're going to 7?
I would be down.
All right, I think that's a good call. Let's go to 7. Because that's going to depend on what I'm willing to take. I'm going to go with I'll go ahead and go with a pick that might be a stretch and go with Hail Caesar, the Coen Brothers movie.
Okay.
It's I feel like it's one that I want to rewatch because I feel like I would enjoy it more than I did the first time, which I did enjoy it the first time. But it's got it's hard to explain why it's a spy movie because it's not on the surface, but if you explain it too much, you're kind of spoiling things that are like reveals. But yeah, I mean, Clooney is this Hollywood star, Baird Whitlock, that goes missing mysteriously from the set, and there ends up being some like spy stuff going on. I'll just leave it at that. Have you not seen Hail Caesar?
I have not. No. I feel bad. I haven't seen. I'll have to go watch your draft.
Okay. Yeah. Hail Caesar is good. It's not like top tier Coen's, but it's still a Coen's movie, so still very good. But yeah, I'm trying to diversify my list. We'll see. It's hard to diversify a spy list.
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
2 more picks.
I'll also attempt to diversify a little bit.
Let's do it.
And I don't think this is a stretch, but it might be an odd choice. But it's also pretty nostalgic because I watched this a lot growing up. The Rescuers.
Okay, yeah. Yeah.
I think it fits. That's fun. They're not working for the CIA. They're working for like the
rat CIA.
Protects. The protects adopted kids. What is it? There's a name for it.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it in a long enough time. Yeah. But and it's like I really like that movie as a kid, and I think it's got a soft spot for me, and it feels like a spy movie.
Yeah. I didn't do a whole. I usually try to see if there's a good animated movie. I think The Rescuers is fine. It's not my favorite. but it's definitely fits in the category. But I forgot to like really look and see if there were some animated movies that would fit into the spy category, because I like to try to pick an animated movie when I can. But I did not. I didn't do that research, so I probably won't be picking one, unfortunately. There's that movie Spies in Disguise, but I haven't seen that.
Yeah. That's I was giving Hunter a hard time earlier, and she said, "Oh, that's the bird movie," and I was like, "No, that's Red Sparrow," and she's like, "No, that's not the Jennifer Lawrence movie." And I was like, "No, that's the Hunger Games." So yeah, I was just giving her a hard time, but yeah, Spies in Disguise.
Yeah,
that's Tom Holland, and who's the other lead?
I can't remember. I've never seen it, and I don't really know.
I want to say like Will Smith. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Will Smith is
gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. You know what? I saw this movie close to when it came out. Really enjoyed it. Haven't seen it since, so it's hard for me to say a definitive like great movie, but I do remember really enjoying it. I apparently rated it 4 stars out of 5 back when I saw it in 2015. And I'm going to go with Steven Spielberg's Bridge of Spies. I think it's a really good movie. Tom Hanks, Mark Rylance. It's sort of based on a real story, I guess, similar to Argo, of like a Cold War Soviet captures a U.S. pilot sort of thing. They send a CIA operative. There's I mean, it's in the title. There's a spy. So there's a bridge.
It's hard to argue with that, right?
There's the wall. There in Berlin, sort of thing going on. People getting caught on the wrong side of the wall, sort of thing. Yeah. It's a good movie. Spielberg, good. I guess 20-teen Spielberg movie. But yeah, I do need to rewatch it. I haven't seen it since then. So, but yeah. Is this your last pick?
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
This is my last pick.
Pressure.
So I have more left than I was anticipating.
Good. Honorable mentions.
Yeah.
You can mention them honorably after you make your pick.
Ooh. Trying to decide which way to go with this.
This might decide
because I have a fun one. I have a fun one and I have a serious one. I think I'm going to go fun.
Do it.
I'm feeling good about it. So I'm going to stay true to Nick Cage and pick The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent.
Oh, man, that's a really good choice. I wasn't even thinking about that being a spy movie. I thought it was a really fun movie.
It was fun. Not only is Nick Cage growing on me, I don't know. I find him fun. I really like Pedro Pascal as well. So that was just a fun experience.
And it graced us with the Paddington 2 joke. Just great. Which is a really actually wonderful movie. But yeah, Nicolas Cage, I did what I called a Cage-a-thon leading up to The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent, and I was basically just kind of filling in a lot of Nick Cage blind spots. I think I ended up watching like 11 Nick Cage movies leading up to the Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent, which was a wonderful experience. I highly recommend. I do have a book that I haven't read yet called Age of Cage, and it's like an exploration of like different eras of movies through Nick Cage's career, which I'm really excited to eventually read it. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Yeah, great pick. I didn't even think about that, but yeah, and it is a fun pick. I thought you were going to go a different direction when you said fun, but
Okay.
maybe we'll say in honorable mentions. I'm not gonna, I guess, go a fun route. I could go with a movie that I haven't seen since I was a kid, but I'm not going to. I'm going to go with the one you reminded me of with your Black Klansman pick, and I'm going to pick Judas and the Black Messiah. Have you seen that?
Ooh, yes.
Oh,
That's a good pick.
Such a good movie. So freaking
Ooh.
good. And of course, now I get to fawn on Lakeith Stanfield, who I think is an incredible actor. Daniel Kaluuya is a phenomenal actor too, and he gets a lot of credit for his portrayal of Fred Hampton in this movie. But I think Lakeith Stanfield as Bill O'Neill in this movie is actually like sneakily phenomenal acting. I'm a sucker for actors that are acting while they're acting, which is what Stanfield's doing here, because he's kind of like infiltrating, the Black Panthers and Fred Hampton's crew, and so he's acting while he's being an actor and acting. I'm a sucker for that, and I think it's like the Amadeus style of biopic where you view someone who would be considered the protagonist through the antagonist's perspective. Which if you've never seen Amadeus, that's what it is. It's viewed through the perspective of the composer that didn't make it big because Mozart came along, whose name is slipping my mind in the moment, unfortunately. But yeah, that's what this one is kind of doing. And I think that's probably to me, one of the most, if not the most interesting way to do a biopic sort of film, is that perspective. But yeah, Judas and the Black Messiah, phenomenal, really great movie.
Yes. Very good pick.
But yeah, and that's a wrap on the draft. What were your honorable mentions?
So I had these on the list, but I just didn't feel it. Snowden was my serious pick.
Okay, yeah. I've never seen it, but yeah.
Yeah, I saw it when it came out, and I mean, I don't remember being blown away. It went the very literal route. It was very retell the story, and I mean, so did Argo, but Argo was more fun. Yeah. I think, I don't know. Eagle Eye, which I think
I remember that. Yeah.
I remember liking it. I don't really remember. It's Shia LaBeouf, so my mind just goes, it's Transformers, which I know. Yeah. Talk about actor imprinting. The Imitation Game.
Yeah, that would have been a really good pick. I thought the Imitation Game was really well made. Yeah. I had it on my list too, but yeah.
I had a contentious pick, which I felt like was a little too unfair to do. So no, The Matrix, because it feels like a spy movie. They're acting like spies and they're being.
Yeah, I don't know if I would have allowed The Matrix.
Okay, well then I'm glad I left it out, because that's just a little too. It's not that it even arguably is unfair. It's
I know where
you're
such
a good movie to list. Yeah. And The Penguins of Madagascar, because of course, right?
Yeah, you gotta mention the penguins.
Yes, 3, 2, 1, penguins.
Smile and wave.
What were your?
So the two that I mentioned that I was not going to pick, that definitely are spy movies, and are beloved by a lot of people. The Departed, is definitely a spy movie. And Inglourious Bastards, another movie that's definitely for sure a spy movie.
Yeah,
I think. So I didn't pick those two. I've picked them in past drafts. So yeah, I'm glad you didn't pick them, because I feel like they might have tipped the scales if one of us would have picked one of those.
Yeah,
a lot of people love those two movies.
I feel like we have a pretty good.
Yeah, we do.
Pretty good lineup.
Yeah, as far as Bond goes, because I mean, any of the Daniel Craig's maybe not Quantum of Solace, but Casino Royale, very good.
Yeah.
I had The Manchurian Candidate. Have you ever seen that?
No, I'm not.
It's a 1962 movie. It's about it's like at the end of the Korean War. There's these guys that are like taken by Russians and brainwashed basically, and they become like these kind of like sleeper cells. And so like there's this, one of them is like activated or something. It's a really interesting movie. And obviously deals with kind of like spies and whatnot. But yeah, really interesting. I probably liked it a little less than consensus. It has a 4.0 on Letterboxd, which is a really high score. But I liked it a little less than that, but not much. A Most Wanted Man, which I did not pick because I don't really remember a whole lot about the movie. I just remember I liked it. So, I mean, Philip Seymour Hoffman and Willem Dafoe, Rachel McAdams. It's hard to go wrong with that cast. A couple of other Hitchcock, The Lady Vanishes is very good. And also The 39 Steps, very good. Both 30s Hitchcock movies. Both are really good. I really enjoyed both of those. Zero Dark 30, I guess, is technically kind of a spy movie. In a way, but it's like one of those that's like a stretch, but not really a stretch, but sort of. I don't know.
Yeah, I could see that.
I did have a few fun ones on my list. I think the Kingsman Secret Service movie was a fun one. Not a great movie, but pretty fun. Mr. and Mrs. Smith, I feel similar. Like, not phenomenal movie, but pretty fun. And then obviously like Austin Powers, any of the Austin Powers movies would have fit into this category. I feel like I've maybe seen the original, but I don't know that I've seen any of the other ones. And then the one from my childhood, Spy Kids. I mean, come on.
Yes. I was contemplating. I
feel like I would have gotten a lot of votes if I would have picked Spy Kids.
Yeah. Yeah, that was like one of the ones where it's like it's in the title, it's super obvious. I feel like everyone's seen it. But yeah.
But it's good to get in the honorable mentions. But yeah, I'll read out our final draft results. Andrew ended up with Mission Impossible Fallout, Black Klansman, The Bourne Supremacy, Captain America Winter Soldier, Argo, The Rescuers, and The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent. I ended up with Skyfall, The Conversation, North by Northwest, Mission Impossible, Hail Caesar, Bridge of Spies, and Judas and the Black Messiah. 2 really good lists. I think you have some popular picks, though, that might get you the win there.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like
people love Fallout.
It's really good.
People love the Bourne movies. You've got the Marvel movie.
Yeah.
You might. I don't know. You might eke this one out. We'll have to see.
Fallout was my number one pick. Well, if you'd gone first, what would you have picked?
I probably would have picked Fallout, to be honest, because the Departed.
That's what I was thinking.
I mean, you can see my list. The Departed and Inglourious Bastards are at the top, and then Fallout's right after, and then Skyfall.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Well, thank you for the courtesy of letting me go first.
Yeah, no problem. Of course, it's my pleasure and honor. Did you happen to think of a recommendation of the week to help close us out here?
Well, I'm really struggling to think. I feel like I haven't seen a whole lot of movies recently, honestly.
I can recommend whatever.
But you did say that earlier. I still have Joel Kinnaman on the brain, I guess. and I really would suggest For All Mankind, because it's probably harder to access, I guess, because it's on Apple TV, and I know that's kind of a, you know, if you either have it or you don't.
Yeah.
But it's like a alternate history space movie where the opening shot of the first episode is the Russians get to the moon first.
Gotcha.
And so the space race continues, and we just keep going and going in space, and the technology advances quicker. And then each new decade is like, each season is a decade advance, basically. And so there's like real history tie-ins and space, which is always a fun. I always like space movies, space TV shows. So I would probably recommend that, even though it's been out for a while. And I don't know how the writer strikes and, you know, stuff affected the new season coming out.
Gotcha.
I think it's supposed to come out soon.
Gotcha. Yeah.
There's a couple seasons out already, so it's a good movie. Good TV show.
Yeah. Yeah, cool. Yeah, definitely we'll put it on the list. I don't watch a lot of TV shows, to be honest. I watch mostly just movies. But yeah, every once in a while I'll get in the mood and watch through a show. So yeah, I'll have to add it to the list. My recommendation of the week is kind of just a little fun thing that I do, just like, it's kind of one of those like in between little games to play. But there's like, you know, a lot of people know Wordle, but there's also like a bunch of like fun little film related games like that, like daily games. The two that I like the most are Framed. One of them is called Framed. And that one I actually send back and forth with my family. Like we all send like our frame scores every day. And it's kind of like a fun little thing that we do with our family. And that one's fun. It's basically just shows you you get 6 frames from a movie one at a time, and you can guess with each frame. And so, you know, hopefully it's fun. You try to guess the movie frame by frame, you know. And a lot of times it'll start off with like more obscure frames from the movie and then get to more like noticeable ones as you go along. That one's fun. The other one that I actually recently started doing, just, you know, again, it's just kind of like, oh, I'm sitting here waiting for this, you know, I'll pull this up and play this game. It's called Movie Grid. And so it's basically like there's a X and Y axis. So there's 9 squares. And it's basically like, it'll have like, this column is one word titles, or you can ignore the word the. And then this will have like, you know, some actors' names, or maybe a couple of actors and a director. Or it'll say movies between 2000 and 2015 in this column. And similar, it'll have directors or actors or whatever. And so you have to you have 9 total guesses to try to fill as many of the 9 squares as you can. So it's fun. It's a fun little movie grid game, but I'll try to remember to link those in the episode description. So if you don't want to have to search those, I'll throw them in there so that you can just go down to the description and find the links to them there. But yeah, that's my recommendation.
Yeah, Framed is a lot of fun.
Yeah, Framed
is a lot of fun.
Framed is fun. There's a few
there's
others.
One that
Movie Doll, Poster Doll.
Well, Poster Doll is crazy, and Hunter is very good. Like she gets it first tick every time. It's her color recognition is just ridiculous. And to connect it, super pixelated movie poster. If you don't know what Poster Doll is, it pixelates the movie poster to crazy, like basically 4 pixels almost, and then it slowly gets more clear. Yep. And she gets it.
That's impressive.
She gets it almost every time, the first frame.
Yeah, I would say my average is probably like over 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are really fun, and it's fun too if you have like some people that you like. It has where you can share, copy and paste how well you did. It's fun.
Yeah, that's
It's
nice.
fun to like send it, around and to some other friends that love movies. But yeah, I'll link those. But yeah, other than that, we're pretty much done. Andrew, did you want to share maybe where people can follow you? Social media, Letterboxd, anything like that? Yeah, well, I'll for sure link your Letterboxd, and you can follow Andrew there. Um, his wife Hunter is on there too, and I always like to see what y'all have to say about the movies. If you, I'm not going to link Hunter's Letterboxd, but it's one of those things like, well, if you go and see who follows Andrew, you can probably find. But yeah, Letterboxd is a fun place to be. But yeah, for sure. That's all we have for this episode. I am looking forward to the Christopher Nolan epilogue next week, and I hope to see you then. But I have been Eli Price for Andrew Fossier. You have been listening to The Establishing Shot. See you next time. Thank you so much for joining us on The Establishing Shot today. We hope you enjoyed the episode and got a lot out of it. Make sure before you go to like and subscribe on all your podcast platforms, and especially on Spotify and Apple. If you could leave a rating and review, that would greatly help the visibility of the podcast, and I would greatly appreciate it. Again, if you go to establishingshotpod.com, you can find out all you need to know about the show, where to find us on the social media platforms, where to find us podcast-wise, YouTube, and you can even leave a voicemail there on the website on the right side of your screen. So click that if you want to give a comment or ask a question about the show. Just feel free to leave a voicemail. We'd be happy to feature that on the show. And also, if you just want to email rather than leave a voicemail, you can email us at establishingshotpod@gmail.com, and we would be happy to answer your question there or feature a question or comment on the show if it pertains to the episodes. So please do that, and we would love for you to join the Establishing Shot family. You can, again, find where to do that on the donate page at establishingshotpod.com. We hope you have a great week, and we look forward to seeing you again next time.
We were happy here. For a little while.
But look, I figure it this way. Better to be king for a night than schmuck for a lifetime.